the 19th General Conference to promote the dialogue on how... What? Are we live or are we not live?
The webinar hasn't started yet. You have to press the blue button.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the thematic session on new forms of investments as a driver for sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. It is my pleasure. Together with experts from public and private sector, UNIDO has organized this special session during the 19th General Conference to promote a dialogue on how developing countries can better harness quality foreign direct investments as well as impact investing to achieve their inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We will discuss actionable steps that developing countries could consider in a post-COVID scenario to catalyze such investments and how public and private partnerships should be leveraged to this effect. My name is Selma Prodanovic and I will be your host today. I'm a passionate entrepreneur, an angel investor, and working towards the SDGs. In my role as Vice President of the European Business Angel Network, I am representing over 20,000 private investors who are working towards the SDG and a betterment of the world. So, allow me to introduce shortly our esteemed speakers, and it is my pleasure and honor to start with Mr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento, the Managing Director of the Directorate of Digitalization, Technology and Agribusiness at UNIDO, who will deliver the opening remarks. He's an experienced manager and global leader with more than 30 years of international experience in global development and working across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Mr. Jean-Michel Severino, the CEO of Investisseurs et Partenaires. Previously, he notably served as Vice President of Asia at the World Bank, as Director General of the French Development Agency, and was on the European Investment Bank's board. The INP Impact Investment Group is specialized in risk capital with social and environmental impact. Ms. Viviane Ribeiro Disla is the Executive Director at the Export Investment Center of the Dominican Republic. She is passionate about entrepreneurship and innovation and has been a strong voice in supporting and promoting the Dominican Republic investments climate. She is, among others, the recipient of the Gala Magazine Women of Today Award. Ms. Mont Nyambe is the Principal of the Public-Private Partnership Investment Officer in the Agriculture, Finance and Rural Infrastructure Development Department of the African Development Bank Group, headquartered in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. She's a seasoned financial services professional with 19 years of Pan-African experience working in the private sector and the African Development Bank. Mr. Feng Huan is the president of Shanghai Foreign Investment Association. He has 30 years experience in foreign investment in various high-level roles in the government, such as the Ministry of Commerce of People's Republic of China and Shanghai Municipal Commission of Commerce. His expertise include drafting and interpreting China's foreign investment law, negotiating trade and investment treaties with US, and facilitating pilot free trade areas. And Mr. Hashim Hussein is the head of UNIDO's Investment and Technology Promotion Officer in the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Arab International Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment. He is also the Executive Director of the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, with 30 years of experience in the field of industrial development, investment and technology promotion through innovation and entrepreneurship. I would kindly ask you also to check their personal and more details about the esteemed speakers on the website and use it also and the hashtag of today's event. And now it is my great pleasure and honor to call Mr. Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento to the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Mr. Casadilla Sarmiento, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Good morning also to the distinguished panelists. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored and it's a great pleasure to address the a general conference thematic event on new forms of investment as drivers of sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. And we hope that we will soon be really entering the recovery phase. The ripple effects of the pandemic across the globe have not facilitated the achievement of the 2030 SDGs, dumping global production, particularly impacting the operations of the SMEs. In many developing countries, indeed, 90% of the production force in many developing countries is made out of SMEs, and they will hit hard. It's where we have the vulnerable groups. It's where we have most of women working, youth. So the situation for them has been very, very difficult. The pandemic has also coincided with the upcoming of the fourth industrial revolution that leaves these very same SMEs struggling to usher in a long-term digital shift, as they often lack the knowledge, financial support, and qualified workforce. This crisis has thus unearthed structural weaknesses in the configuration of international production networks and growing recognition of sustainability considerations. In this context, there is a fundamentally new approach that is needed for the developing countries to define their investment promotion and facilitation efforts to better cater the needs of new investor groups. This includes particularly impact investments and quality foreign direct investment, on how to better link these investor groups to local fabric of SMEs. Impact investment presents a paradigm shift to conventional investment thinking by focusing on positive social and environmental change. Impact investment can unlock substantial resources and present new opportunities for business development targeting social impact, particularly in the sectors affected by the pandemic. Various funds are intentionally taking gender lens on impact investment to achieve also gender equitable social change that benefits women and girls, thereby also promoting a gender responsive and inclusive fourth industrial revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, the accelerated digitalization process caused by COVID-19 has meant that UNIDO is focusing on e-tools and e-learning. For example, UNIDO's investment portal is currently being fast-tracked for the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific region, maintaining investment promotion efforts through cyber initiatives such as GIS mapping, digital analysis, investment tracking functions, while e-commerce tools such as the Investment Hub, investment portal are also promoting digital and impact investment. 2 e-learning courses on the emergence of impact investment and International Business Alliance have been launched and are available in UNIDO's Knowledge Hub. And we can announce that we will, in January, have an additional course on financial planning. This will be the most comprehensive course we are launching. Our flagship product, CONFAR, is also being updated, and we will soon, I hope in 2022, have a CONFAR 4.0 version. CONFAR is assisting the appraisal and project feasibility analysis, and more than ever, we need to have proper analysis, in particular for public-private investment, through blending finance mechanism to develop bankable projects. The investment promotion and ITPO network, in particular ITPO Bahrain, developed the approach of the EDIP, Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, by enhancing domestic investment ecosystem, offering access to finance and partnerships through global ITPO network. And this again shows how much we are focusing on the SMEs. So impact investment, SMEs, is the call of the day. And let me finalize by saying the potential of impact investment for post-COVID-19 recovery process is vast. Yet countries have to understand the specific dynamics to be able to effectively seize it. Global partnerships and networks such as UNIDO's ITP network are key in building a common understanding of new forms of investment to bring back on track the achievement of the SDGs. I look forward to the deliberations of this side event and wish great success. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calzadilla Sarmiento. In a usual situation, we would have a big round of applause at this moment, but considering we are all around the world in a hybrid moment, this is my pleasure, and the applause comes from my side. Thank you very much. We will continue now in the deliberation, and I would like to really thank this opening remarks discussing the importance of impact investing, SMEs, and the vulnerable parts of our economy participants, and allow me now to dive deeper in the discussion on how can we promote investments in all countries as to achieve the SDGs, and be it through impact investing, PPPs or FDIs. We will look at success stories from across the globe with examples from Europe, Latin America, Africa, Asia, and across the UNIDO community. And I would now like to start, as Mr. Calzadilla Sarmiento just mentioned earlier, we were talking about the PPPs, and I would like to now have the pre-recorded statement of Ms. Viviana Ribeiro Disla from the Dominican Republic. Clearly, due to the time difference, she cannot be with us at this hour. And I would like the technician to play the video if it's possible. Thank you.
Ante todo, un cordial saludo desde la República Dominicana. Gracias por estar aquí en este significativo evento de forma virtual. Estamos sumamente agradecidos por la oportunidad de permitirnos compartir la visión integradora y global en torno a las nuevas oportunidades de negocios que se han generado post esta pandemia que nos ha afectado a todos. La República Dominicana es un país privilegiado, no solamente por su favorable posición geográfica, sino también por el corazón de su gente. Pero sobre todo, hemos mostrado una gran resiliencia durante la pandemia del COVID-19 que ha afectado y ha paralizado el mundo por casi 2 años. Y aún bajo estas adversidades, nuestro país ha podido anteponerse a la misma y seguir marchando hacia adelante. De los efectos de la pandemia hemos notado que la inversión extranjera directa en el mundo disminuyó y se ralentizó en un promedio que oscila un 35%. Sin embargo, la República Dominicana solamente decreció un 15%. Sin embargo, a pesar de las dificultades, nuestro país pudo mantener los flujos de inversión extranjera directa de los últimos 10 años y a su vez consolidarse como el principal destino de inversión extranjera directa, no solo del Caribe, sino también de Centroamérica, con una proyección para el 2021 de más de $3.000 millones. Esto es una señal clara de que en los países en desarrollo, con disposición, esfuerzo y trabajo colectivo, podemos alcanzar grandes logros. Un caso muy puntual es el sector turismo, que es uno de los principales sectores de atracción de inversión extranjera directa en nuestro país y que fue uno de los sectores más afectados por la pandemia, tanto en nuestro país como a nivel mundial. Sin embargo, hoy podemos afirmar con toda certeza que nos hemos recuperado. Cabe destacar que en los meses de septiembre y octubre alcanzamos niveles históricos en el flujo de turistas en nuestro país. Octubre, por ejemplo, fue el mes de mayor cantidad de visitantes en toda la historia de la República Dominicana. En adición a esto, nuestro país ha podido mantener su estabilidad macroeconómica y un liderazgo regional por más de 50 años en materia de crecimiento de su Producto Interno Bruto, o PIB, promediando un 5.1% durante todos estos años. Se estima que en el año 2021 cerraremos con un crecimiento que superará los 2 dígitos. Tenemos grandes oportunidades. Sin lugar a dudas, la pandemia del COVID-19 ha generado desafíos que han permitido que los sectores productivos y el sector económico salgan hacia adelante con ideas más innovadoras y cómo realmente lograr un mayor proceso de recuperación de manera mucho más sostenible. Desde el Estado y con el apoyo y visión del liderazgo del presidente Luis Abinader, hemos realizado grandes esfuerzos para fortalecer nuestras instituciones públicas, mejorar los servicios, así como también impulsar reformas que procuran eliminar la burocracia y crear estructuras tan importantes de apoyo para la inversión, como es el caso de la ventanilla única de inversión, que procura unificar y simplificar los trámites en los cuales debe incurrir un inversionista para instalarse y establecerse en nuestro país. En adición a lo anterior y bajo el mandato presidencial, todos los estamentos del Estado deben abocarse al unísono y en sinergia con miras a promover y facilitar la inversión extranjera directa y continuar fortaleciendo nuestra economía, generando empleos de calidad y encaminándonos cada vez más a la equidad y el bienestar social. En materia de alianza público-privada, contamos con un nuevo marco jurídico, el cual entró en efecto a finales del año 2020, creando la Dirección General de Alianzas Público-Privadas con miras a llevar el control y manejo de todos los proyectos de APP de una manera transparente, eficiente y eficaz. En República Dominicana, el mecanismo de la APP es un tema relativamente nuevo. Al igual que en muchos países en desarrollo, entendemos que este es un instrumento que puede ser utilizado por nuestros países como una herramienta para establecer nuevas inversiones y crear mayores niveles de atracción de inversión en proyectos de interés público. Es importante que los países podamos definir proyectos estratégicos para salir a tocar la puerta de esos inversionistas que tienen la capacidad de ejecutar los mismos y que sin lugar a dudas generarían importantes avances en materia de infraestructura, tecnología y transferencia de conocimiento, impactando y generando bienestar en nuestros países. Otro elemento importante en el cual estamos enfocados en nuestro país es en el empoderamiento de las mujeres empresarias. La República Dominicana aún no ha logrado los avances que queremos en esta materia. Sin embargo, actualmente contamos con grandes ejemplos de liderazgo femenino, tanto en el ámbito empresarial como en el ámbito gubernamental. Contamos con grandes empresas de inversión extranjera directa en nuestro país que son lideradas y dirigidas por el más alto nivel de mujeres empresarias y algunas emprendedoras, como es el caso del sector minero, sector industrial y de las telecomunicaciones, por solamente mencionar algunos de estos. Y sin embargo, también podemos decir que este fenómeno por igual está ocurriendo en importantes gremios empresariales. Podemos afirmar que vamos avanzando y vamos por buen camino. En conclusión, si bien es cierto que la pandemia golpeó al mundo entero y a la economía global, también podemos afirmar que la misma sirvió de motivación para buscar la resiliencia y la creatividad del ser humano para que podamos salir a flote y brillar, encontrando nuevas oportunidades y formas de hacer negocios aún dentro de la adversidad. Queremos agradecer a UNIDO por la oportunidad que nos ha brindado para compartir nuestras experiencias en este importante evento. También externamos nuestro agradecimiento a todos los involucrados y desde la República Dominicana les enviamos un fuerte saludo y nuestros mejores deseos.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for Ms. Ribeiro Disla for her beautifully given speech already in advance, but also the fact that the positive news coming from the Dominican Republic and speaking about the recent development of the PPPs in the and giving examples of the legal framework to manage all the PPP projects in a transparent, efficient, and effective manner. I would like to move now to Ms. Monde Nyambe from the African Development Bank Group, and who is an expert in public and private partnership. And it is a decisive mechanism to upscale the investments for SDGs. And the question is there a reliable and measurable relationship for such a blended financing partnership? And how can public and private partnerships be leveraged to this effect? The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All protocols observed. I'd just like to start by congratulating the organizers, UNIDO, for hosting such a successful 19th General Conference, whose theme is Building a Better Future. And in addition, I'm delighted to be here and to be given this opportunity and privilege to contribute to the topic, new forms of investments as drivers for a sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. So as the moderator has just posed my question, I'll go straight into talking about PPPs and giving a very practical example of a project that I'm personally task team leader of in Nigeria at the moment, and how these relationships work in practice. So I'll just start by saying that one of the most important but complex ways to realize infrastructure projects is to use PPPs. So these PPPs are a special type of cooperation between the public and private sectors, and they're aimed at carrying out long-term investments in projects of a social and infrastructure nature. Particularly, it is important to also note that with PPPs, the public sector still remains with general oversight and control of the service and asset that is being built. And these projects involve construction, reconstruction of transport infrastructure, for example, utilities such as water, waste management, processing, plants, energy, and also the operation and maintenance of these facilities, which is very important. In PPP projects, the private sector basically commits to developing, building, financing facilities and operating them in accordance with parameters and standards established by the government. So in return, the private sector is paid by the public sector with the amount dependent on results achieved, so the services provided, for instance. In some projects, this payout comes from revenues generated by the commercial operationalization of the facility. So PPPs basically, they're not new forms of financing right now. They're very topical because of tight public budgets of most countries and financing shortages for essential infrastructure. So they've increasingly gained momentum and the attention of policymakers. So they serve better as risk allocation tools, basically between public and private sectors, paving the way to greater investor participation in infrastructure projects and freeing up public funds for other development purposes. So in other words, PPPs are contractual arrangements for providing public assets or services in which private sector bears a significant risks, as well as a management and operational responsibility. So given that the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs presents an immediate challenge, PPPs, for example, given the limited resources, would be definitely able to fill this gap in infrastructure financing that is required. And PPPs have been seen as a possible modality through which to attract additional resources into these needs of various countries. So there are numerous advantages of using PPPs, but I'll give a practical example of a project that I'm working on. So, I mean, we know that UNIDO, in partnership with UNIDO, the African Development Bank has designed agro-industrial parks in various countries. We're actually working across 18 countries at the moment. And this flagship for us in the bank, we call it the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, the SAPZs. So these are a low-hanging fruit, but a collaborative approach and an end-to-end solution to agriculture value chains. And some of the goals include contributing to the end of extreme poverty, eliminating hunger and malnutrition, becoming a net, helping the countries to become net exporters of agriculture commodities, and moving our regional member countries to top of key agriculture value chains. So some of the enablers include increasing productivity, value addition, provision of hard and soft infrastructure, provision of agriculture finance, creation of an enabling business environment, inclusivity, sustainability, and nutrition, and good coordination of these agro-industrial parks. So basically, I won't really go into the objective of them, but in a nutshell, it's to bring economic infrastructure to rural areas of high agriculture potential in order to attract investments from private agro-industrial and entrepreneurs, and to contribute to economic and social development of these rural areas. This also aims to stem the rural-urban migration challenge that many regional member countries that we work with are facing. So these agro-industrial parks are basically purposely built facilities to enable agro-producers, processors, aggregators, and distributors to operate in the same vicinity and reduce transaction costs and share business development services for increased productivity and competitiveness. So typically we have agro-processing hubs and we have agriculture transformation centers. The ownership and management of the hub, for example, is controlled by a dedicated independent entity, often in a PPP arrangement. So in this kind of project, we have been emphasizing to our regional member countries that this is supposed to be a government-enabled project, but a private sector-led and managed project. So opportunities there to bring in FDI and private investment and participation include basically an end-to-end solution and input that is required from private sector. So from input supply and increasing agriculture productivity. So we've got rules for private sector there for the smallholder farmers, all the way to the large commercial farmers, input suppliers, suppliers of farm credits. So there's many roles that private sector can play in the agriculture productivity sphere, thereby increasing this production, and they're taking it to agriculture transformation centers for aggregation, pre-processing, storage, sorting, grading, and cleaning, for example. And that's a role for private sector again to play. So this is a way of crowding in private sector into agriculture. So once we have at the agriculture transformation level the products that are meant to be then taken to the hub for further value addition and commercialization, we then have private sector processors setting up within the hub and basically adding value to what is being produced locally in those rural areas. So this is just one way in which PPPs can be leveraged in infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nyambe, for the examples and the specific examples you have given us in the case of PPPs. And talking about this public-private partnerships, I would like to go to Mr. Jean-Michel Severino to talk about the to move to. Okay, so I would like to move to Mr. Jean-Michel Severino and to start and talking about the private investors and how the impact investor community responded to the COVID-19 crisis, and what are some of the impact investment opportunities that are being targeted to accelerate post-COVID sustainable regional development in developing countries. Monsieur Severino, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be part to this important conference and event, and also brain thinking process. Investisseurs et Partenaires is an impact investor, and we manage around 400 million euros that are fully dedicated to supporting African entrepreneurs, allowing young entrepreneurs to emerge, investing in startups and SMEs in sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm going to start by providing you an example of what is actually impact investing in Africa. Around 2010, we invested in a company called CDS in Mauritania. This company was a complete startup at the time, created by a very smart and audacious Mauritanian entrepreneur, engineer, who wanted to provide water and energy based on solar solutions in the valley of the river Senegal, which is one of the the poorest parts of the world, but is also a very important place for migration to other places in Africa, including Senegal, its neighbor, but also towards Europe. It's also a place where at that time jihadists were operating massively in a climate of full insecurity. It's also a place where desertification is taking place, and basically people are deprived of everything. 5 or 6 years later, we sold our share of this company to the multinational NG and to another impact fund. And this operation proved to be profitable to us. We sold it with a significant added value. Meanwhile, the company had made tremendous progress. It had increased its value added, its turnover, its profitability, and it's now continuing its life in a very successful way. Now, the problem is, you said you should be very happy as an investor, but the problem is that given all the time, the energy that was spent in investing what was at the beginning a very little amount of money, actually we started investing 50,000 euros in that company and ended it finally with 500,000 euros of investment. There is no way you can really recover your costs. And basically, even if the company is very profitable, successful, grows very quickly, it's very unlikely that the investors will eventually get a significant net return. And this is all what impact investment, especially in Africa, is about. Let's be direct. The challenge of employment and sustainability in Africa is absolutely tremendous. 450 million young people will come into the labor market, up to 2050. And right now, the economic growth can provide for probably only half of this generation a formal job. The other ones will have solutions that will be limited only to survival or migration. And there are no big companies in which you can invest in Africa right now. The economic tissue, the entrepreneurship tissue in Africa is made out of very small businesses, and there is a tremendous activity at the level of the creation of businesses. But those small businesses, which are the future of Africa, which will make the large companies of the future, they are completely out of reach of the traditional for-profit investors. You need actually in Africa to reach investment tickets of more than 7-8 million euros or dollars to allow private investors to really make profit and reach the levels of return that will allow for FDIs to really invest, or even large African investors. So the job of allowing those small companies to emerge, and which cannot rely on grants, which has to be based on market mechanisms, is left to actors that operate with a vision of the common good, want to provide development solutions to Africa and to the world, but cannot fit into the logic of traditional investors. where those investors, patient and generous investors, can come from. They can come from, of course, DFIs, development finance institutions, which have a mandate of supporting that type of emergence. It can come also from philanthropic organizations that want to enter into the investment business. Some of them are doing it at a very large scales. And for instance, I would mention the MasterCard Foundation as one of the instance of that evolution. It can be also, it can come from financial investors or corporates which operate in Africa and want to increase their entrepreneurial background, strengthen their providers, strengthen their clients, and allow for corporateship in Africa to be improved. And we have in IMP, for instance, many of those investors. Now, all those people, the impact investors themselves and the investors, are faced with COVID additional challenges. The African economic tissue has been severely hit because of not really the health situation per se, but its economic consequences. Suppliers have been cut from businesses for several months. Raising money has been very difficult, especially for techno ventures. And there have been also very important difficulties as time was passing to export to OECD markets because of transportation and health-related restrictions. And finally, domestic demand has also declined over the year 2020. Now, we are getting to a moment where economy is recovering, but as we know, new health threats are coming into the horizon, and there is a lot of uncertainty in this economic tissue about what the future can be. So during that period, what has been positive about the investment entrepreneurship, the impact investment entrepreneurship, is that contrary to the traditional for-profit investors, impact financiers have gathered and teamed up in order to support the economic tissue, because basically their first motivation is not about profit and managing risks. To a certain extent, it's because there are risks and threats that they are there because they want to make a contribution despite the shocks and the environment. So during that period, impact investing industry has continued to grow. And what has been extremely positive is that on top of traditional investors in impact, we have seen a new generation of philanthropic investors coming in, backed by major foundations or by public donors such as the EU or the USAID, just to mention two of the major donors in the field of investment. So to end this very brief panorama, I would say that given the increase in challenges that we are facing, especially with the health situation, but also looking at what are the immense opportunities and the incredible dynamism of the SME and entrepreneurship dynamic in Africa, it is time now to create a new generation, a new great leap of impact investment. And this is probably based on mechanisms that have started to be spoken about by my predecessor around blending, teaming up private and public investors so that we can really fund and back a new generation of entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Severino, for your remarks. And we are very honored now to call to the stage or give the word to Mr. Huang, the president of the Shanghai FDI Association, and asking you if you can share your experience in the linkage of existing FDIs with social impact and evidence-based impact investing, as well as what is the role of Shanghai in facilitating foreign investors as impact investors. Please.
Okay, thank you, Selma, and thank you for UNIDO to invite me to share my thoughts, on this very important occasion. So I will follow, Selma's guiding questions. So first, I would say, actually, foreign companies, actually, they play very important roles here in China as the impact investors. So actually, they are the driving force for impact investment here in China. So for example, MNCs, they bring CSR to China. They make contributions to the community where they locate. They give special care to disabled, to women, to children. And most remarkably, they actively join in China's very ambitious poverty alleviation initiatives, which finished its phase 1 goal by the end of last year. So actually, our association, we have collected and released 57 cases of MNCs covering poverty alleviation through business linkage, healthcare, education, improving vocational skill, improving infrastructure, and including companies like Apple, DuPont, IKEA, Starbucks, and many other companies. So, and also secondly, MNCs also maintain very higher environment standard when they come to China. In most cases, actually foreign companies, they do not deliberately lower their emission standard when the domestic law or regulation set a lower standard. So instead, they aim at best practice like circular economy. To just give you an example, Shanghai Chemical Zone is a world-class chemical manufacturing base. Shanghai government works very closely with companies like Covistro, Evonik, and many others to build it into a highly integrated chemical cluster. So energy is saved and emission is heavily reduced. So I would say MNCs as impact investors plays a very important role for sustainable development post-COVID-19 recovery. And second, I just would like to introduce the role of Shanghai in facilitating foreign investors as impact investors. So for Shanghai to facilitate foreign investors as impact investors, I think the most important thing is to create an enabling policy framework. Take carbon emission reduction, for example. China has just announced that we aim to hit peak emission before 2030 and achieve carbon neutral by 2060. To achieve that goal, the critical element actually is developing energy-saving technology. This is because 70% of China's electricity is from thermal power using coal. So actually, there is no adequate alternative energy source for China. Green electricity is unstable for the power network. That means, space for lowering carbon emission in next 10 years is limited. So energy-saving technology is the crucial for Chinese government to control carbon emission, and at the same time, do not impede the economic development. So Shanghai government is encouraging two types of programs. First is digitalization to improve process efficiency to save energy using. And the second is innovation related to physical improvement of energy saving, such as the new material who can maintain the temperature so we can save the energy. So by establishing this enabling policy framework, foreign investors with digital capacity and technology capacity will be engaged and involved in China's mandate to climate change as very important impact investors and also partners. So I will also suggest UNIDO and its ITPO network to pay attention to this digitalization and innovation related to energy saving and disseminate them to more developing countries who is also relying on traditional fossil energy. I believe we can share these intellectual properties to address the climate change issue and to make a better world. Thank you, Selma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huang, for being with us. It's a great pleasure, especially with your function in Shanghai, the hotspot for foreign direct investments, and how you're managing that. And now I would like to move to Mr. Hashim Hussein, I would like you to share with us your experience and the experience of ITPO Bahrain in bankable projects for impact investment. And in the backdrop of COVID and swift digital transformation, how can we achieve and ensure entrepreneurial resilience? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman. Actually, I'm very delighted and honored that Mrs. Selma, as a woman entrepreneur, is chairing this and moderating this panel. I would like just to emphasize on the background of ITPO Bahrain, which was established in 1996 to be part of the UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion Network. And at that time, Bahrain became the first country in a developing country to be part of the UNIDO Investment Technology Promotion Offices Network. The ITPO network, which started by ITPO Japan more than 40 years back, it was intended to mobilize foreign direct investment from industrialized to developing countries, of course, under the directives of UNIDO and under the mandated directive of the Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation. So using all the tools, all the mechanisms of UNIDO to work on how to mobilize foreign direct investment from industrialized to developing countries. In cash investment, technology transfer and know-how, market outlets for products and services from SMEs in developing countries. The wisdom to establish ITPO Bahrain in a developing country, because Bahrain is considered the financial hub, for commercial and offshore banking in the Arab region. And also Bahrain's geographically situated in the region where there is a number of financial developmental institutions like the Islamic Development Bank, which is the second largest development bank after the World Bank, the Saudi Economic Development Fund, the Kuwait Economic Development Fund, the Abu Dhabi Economic Fund, the Arab Economic Development Fund, the Arab Bank for Development of Africa. They're all here situated in the region. So the wisdom of the organization, how to work with this commercial offshores and developmental financial institutions to access, for small and medium enterprises. So when we started working mobilization of foreign direct investment to the region, which we call it the inflow, and also because ITPO Bahrain was mandated for outflow of investment from the region to other developing countries, mainly Arab and Sub-Saharan African countries, we have been mandated with a responsibility and a challenge. I mean ITPO Bahrain, which we call it how to bring bankable projects, projects with impact investment. We have realized that one of the big problems is not in the mobilization of foreign direct investment. And even using the UNIDO tools and others like the World Bank or MEGA or whatever, we realized they're only working on mobilization of foreign direct investment to existing enterprises. And this was not leading to more or better creation of jobs for youth and women, because there is no creation of new enterprises. Even this word of startups, 25 years back, it's not being used in the language and terminologies of investment promotion. So we have realized that being working in Bahrain and the region and to work in other Arab countries, there is a challenge we have to look into it. And that is, we come to that public and private partnership. So how to enhance the domestic investment, through the stakeholders to ensure that we are having a good environment to bring bankable projects through entrepreneurship and innovation. This is how we started to work, and we started to look into how to work with government, the private sector, financial institutions, universities, Chamber of Commerce, R&Ds, and NGOs to ensure enhancing that domestic investment. Then we have realized that over the years this has started to work, and this program, we started to develop it in more than 52 countries, from Uruguay in Latin America to Turkey, even to China, to India, to a big number of sub-Saharan African countries and almost all the Arab countries. With the aim and the theme also how to develop and to engage partnership with financial institutions, because our aim was how to bring bankable projects, how to create new enterprises. Of course, and the driving force was entrepreneurs, that those entrepreneurs, they will create those enterprises. So we started to work on that famous model, which is called the EDIP, or the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion. It's mainly to enhance the domestic investment for mobilization of foreign direct investment. Quickly, it is into 3 stages. Of course, it has to be adopted at the local level, if we do it in China, or we do it in India, or we do it in Senegal, or Cote d'Ivoire, it has to go and to be adapted with the local environment. But it is, the first one is the pre-incubation, the empowerment, working with public and private institutions to ensure that they will provide the support to entrepreneurs. We start on idea generation, we start a program to provide capacity building for startups. Then they move into counseling and technology tie-up. And this is a very important setup. We did it through the UNIDO ITPO network, because in most developing countries, startups, they need technologies and they're technology seekers. So within the UNIDO Investment Technology Promotion Network and the UNIDO bigger partners with other agencies related to technology and technology transfer,
it seems we lost Mr. Hussein. And well, now I would like to see who do we have online. Obviously, we have some difficulties in terms of the connections, and I would like to see who is still here. And to have a final statement by our speakers in terms of the next step they will take into the future. At the moment, the connections. And now let's see who do we have here. Yes, I would like to go back to Mr. Severino, if he can give us a final statement, just a 1-minute statement, and on the next steps he is going to take. And no, we cannot do it. All right, I think that, we have Mr. Huang, that is wonderful. Yes, can I just have one sentence, one short statement from Mr. Huang. What is the next steps you're going to take and towards impact investing, towards the SDGs? The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would say impact investment is very important. So when companies, when you are doing business, you should also address, political and also economic and also social, environmental issues. So, I mean, this is the concept of, investment. So for companies here in China, because, China is the #1 carbon emission country. So I think the most important and serious issue is how to reduce carbon emission. So all the companies, not only the domestic company, but also the foreign companies, I think all have the responsibility and all need to join in this process. So by developing some technologies, especially we can use the foreign companies can, use their advantage in technology and digitalization to help China to reduce carbon emission. And I think that's not enough. Companies also need to, disseminate all these, technology and all these, digitalization tools to other countries who are in the like circumstance, like situation, like China. And they also need this kind of, intellectual property. And I think UNIDO and its ITPO network is the very good, suitable entity to help countries like China and also companies who are involved in this, carbon reducing efforts to disseminate all these technologies to whoever wanted, whoever needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Exactly, the carbon reduction, definitely extremely important, and it is also about the impact, investments, and the changes we can create across the world. So now going to Ms. Nyambe, I would like to have your final statement and the next steps you are heading towards. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Salma. So just quickly, just going through the challenges that have been highlighted throughout the conference, even on preparing it.
I can hardly hear. There are some...
Can you hear me now? Some noises.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Okay, now. Okay, so basically, I mean, in our institution, we will continue to prepare this bankable project pipeline, for PPPs so that we can crowd in private sector investors. But we'll continue to design the projects in such a way that we de-risk them using different methodologies of de-risking projects, again, to attract private sector investments, both foreign and domestic. And then also we'll carry along the private sector investors also in the design, from design all the way, from conceptualizing projects all the way to the end, to implementation, so that, we design projects in such a way that private sector will be happy to be participating in those projects, and they could bring in their capital, the much needed capital into the project. So also just an important thing that has been mentioned also, in the due diligence process, ensure that we follow the environmental and social safeguard compliance, when designing these, because this is very important. As we design our projects, that's usually a main issue. We always have to do environmental and social impact assessments, just to ensure that when we have impact, it's not just a negative impact, but we have positive impacts on all the beneficiaries that are going to be part of the projects. I think I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your final statements. And now we have Mr. Hussein, just for a last sentence statement. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, sorry, I think there was a technical issue. But anyway, this EDIP modality, it was to ensure how we bring bankable project and how we access to finance. And then, of course, we have to ensure the sustainability of and growth of micro and small and medium businesses through incubation, either virtual or physical incubation. Then we started to work on developing a number of incubators and mainly also agro poles with support of different institutions through our partners. So today we have managed to bring a modality within UNIDO, how to ensure creation of small and medium enterprises and how to bring bankable projects with impact investment, and then how to continue on the growth and the sustainability of SMEs, because it's well known more than 70% of SMEs die in their first 3 years if we don't provide the continuous from productivity to quality management to market access to export consortium and so on. And of course, now when we are talking about entrepreneurial resilience, especially with post-COVID, and now with the new directive, with our new management, which actually in his statement just 2 days back that, ITPOs has to be supported, it has to be strengthened, and then to play a vital role on the private sector. This is also is giving more support and mandate with the new directive, our new Director General, and I'm sure on the readiness of the ITPOs to handle this and to work in developing small and medium enterprises in job creation for youth and women, and to give a specific focus for women and women empowerment. I am ending with this beautiful slide. It is the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, which is the only forum under the UN, and is the largest forum to support entrepreneurs to enhance the ecosystem through the stakeholders, from universities to government to public institutions, financial institutions, chambers, to come in a 3-day event to dialogue with entrepreneurs on the future of SMEs. And it is logged with achieving the SDGs through entrepreneurship and innovation. You can see here, and to invest in the fourth industrial revolution. I just would like to end with a very nice announcement that we are organizing the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. The fourth one is going to be in Dubai Expo from 28th to 30th of March, where it's going to be with a new mandate, with a big number of philanthropists worldwide, and of course, with all the UNIDO support activities under the umbrella of the Arab League. Thank you very much again, Mrs. Chairman. I think we have benefited a lot from the different speakers, which will allow UNIDO in the coming years with the new directive to play a more vital role in investment and technology and innovation promotion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hussein, for your insights and you've given me. And now it is my pleasure to finalize this panel discussion and give the floor to Mr. Weishi Gong, the Chief of Investment Technology Promotion Division of UNIDO, for his closing remarks. Mr. Gong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, achieving SDGs need investment. This investment should not only consider the return of investment itself, it should consider the effect on the social and environment aspect. In short, impact investment. The huge demand in impact investment needs the proactive involvement of private sector. Leveraging private sector investment requires a convincing and measurable public-private partnership, PPP, so that all stakeholders can benefit in a transparent, effective, efficient manner. Blended financing mechanism is an effective tool to facilitate building up and operation of such measurable financial public-private partnership, for which UNIDO provides a globally used tool for the investment feasibility appraiser, known as a computer model for feasibility analysis and reporting program, CONFA. It is also a key element embedded in the institutional capacity building program and package for investment promotion agencies. Various factors influencing impact investment exist throughout the investment cycle, including investment aftercare and reinvestment. For this, the ease of the doing business environment, enabling environment as a whole play a key role. Today, we have learned the success stories on the role of investment promotion agencies, international development financial institutions, PPP for bankable projects, enabling domestic private sectors, as well as the involvement of doing business services for FDIs to successfully attract FDI and further leverage the private sector contribution for impact investment. The reapplication of the stories can increase FDIs in many countries in the world, so that the accumulation and the acceleration can facilitate the contribution of investment to bridge the financial gap to meet the SDG demand and its achievement. Thank you to all panelists for sharing their insight and success stories with us today. Allow me to back to you, Madame Sema. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gong. And I would like to close this session. Thank you very much, everybody, for being with us, esteemed speakers, panelists, Your Excellencies, the audience across the world and here in the room. Thank you very much for being with us, discussing the new forms of investments as a driver for sustained post-COVID-19 recovery. I wish you a wonderful day and a productive sessions, and goodbye.
先生们，请各位就座。我们现在要查一下，我们是不是达到法定人数。我希望各位赶快就座，请你们坐在你们国家的座位上。我们马上就要开始了。
حضرة النواب الموقرين
女士们、先生们、代表们，大家好。各位早上好，女士们、先生们。我宣布，公发组织大会19届会议的第7次全会现在开始。在我们开始的工作之前，我想提醒各位，主要委员会的下一次会议是今天下午4点半，在 Boardroom D C 楼4层召开，也可以通过 Interpret 平台来连线。我想提醒各位，有关检疫方面的健康措施，我们现在会场有一些现场参加会议的代表，我们现在要遵守东道国的规定。
根据这些规则，我们都必须要求遵守，包括我自己还有主席团上的人都必须遵守这些防疫情的规则。我们不可能去修订这个疫情的防控的规则。为此，我督促我敦请各代表、各同事履行所规定的措施。我们没有任何这个权利对于这个防疫规则做任何例外的修改，希望大家能够理解。我们因为已经结束了一般性辩论呢，我这里要感谢各位，对我本人所表示的祝贺，也感谢大家体现的这种决心。 和承诺，对我本人对主席团呢，这个给予这种支持。非常赞赏大家的这种承诺，这种善意，我们依赖大家的合作和支持，依赖所有的各位的支持和合作，共同的实现我们共同的目标。所以再次感谢大家。我希望我们也能本着同样的这种合作精神呢，过去2、3天的这种精神，继续进行下一部分的工作。那么根据我们的议程呢，今天我们要审议第5议题，就是大会主管代表的全权证书。具体的讲呢，就是要听一下全权证书委员会的报告。大家会记得，我们大会呢在第3次全体会议上建立了全权证书委员会。该委员会选举了纳米比亚的 Savelina Aituna Arshipala 女士，担任主席，来审查呢参加大会的代表的全权证书。全权证书委员会的报告载于 GC19/L 1号文件当中。那么委员会授权其主席口头更新呢，在全体会上介绍一下该报告，把最新情况作为报告，以反映秘书处在委员会会议之后所收到的任何新的登记全权证书或者是通函。下面我们就请全权证书委员会呢发言。谢谢主席先生，谢谢给我发言的这个机会，向全体会议呢来报告一下全权证书委员会的报告。这个报告已经提交给了大会，号码是 GC19/L1。主席先生，我想通知大会呢，全权证书委员会的报告反映了秘书处截止到2021年9月30号星期二下午5点时候所收到的全权证书的现状。所以呢，今天上午呢，秘书处又收到了如下的一些全权证书。一是根据议事规则第27条2段的规定呢，有关国家元首或政府首脑或外交部长颁发的正式的全权证书。我指的是如下3个国家收到这些证书，是科特迪瓦、印度尼西亚和巴拿马。B， 另外有这个国家元首或政府首脑或外交部颁发的如下国家的正式全权证书，是3+2。C， 还有其他的一些信函，它并不构成议事规则27/2款以下的正式的全权证书，但是也收到了有关塞舌尔的这样的信函。因此呢，那么参加大会的成员国的现状如下，就是有120个成员参加了大会，71个成员，包括科特迪瓦、印度尼西亚还有巴拿马，依照呢大会的议事规则27条2款提交了他们的全权证书。还有49个成员呢，49个成员，包括塞内加尔和塞舌尔呢，按照这个全权证书委员会报告中第4段 B 和第4段 C 呢，提交了他们的信函。 这就结束了我的报告。我想借此机会感谢委员会的成员给予的援助、协助，也感谢他们对我作为会议主席所表示的信任。谢谢主席。感谢女士您的这个发言和您的报告。我感谢呢全权证书委员会成员，特别是感谢委员会主席呢，在这样一种及时的、有效率的方式完成了工作，进行了工作。对于该报告有没有什么评论意见？巴勒斯坦。谢谢主席先生。我国代表团在此也表示对以色列这个在被占领的耶路撒冷地区发出的全权证书表示保留，因为它是作为一个这个占领国呢，是违反联合国决议，包括安理会决议和联合国大会相关决议。因此，我们希望呢，我们的保留意见能实时的反映在会议的书面记录当中。主席感谢巴勒斯坦所做的这个发言，会将适当的在我们数字记录中反映你的意见，包括会议的记录角注中。下一位是约旦代表主席，我们在这里复议巴勒斯坦代表发表的意见，我们也在这里表达我们对以色列国全权证书的保留，因为这是他们的这个证书是违反国际法。好，感谢约旦大使所做的上述评论意见，也将适当的反映在大会的电子记录当中和角注当中。有没有其他的意见？伊朗，谢谢主席先生。我想就全权证书委员会的报告呢，发表一个立场解释发言。我国代表团希望，表明的，就是通过全权证书委员会的报告，绝不意味着在任何情况下，我们承认以色列政权。我保留我国代表团的这种保留意见，这种立场，这种意见，正式反映在大会的正式记录当中。谢谢您所做的发言。下面请呢阿尔及利亚代表发言。早上好，主席先生，谢谢给我发言的机会。我要求发言呢是表示赞成巴勒斯坦大使就以色列在本届会议期间提交的全权证书所表示的立场。他们的证书是违反国际法。好吧，问一下有没有其他的代表要求发言呢？叙利亚。谢谢主席。叙利亚阿拉伯共和国代表团呢，也赞成被占领的巴勒斯坦大使做的发言。谢谢你们。古巴发言。谢谢主席先生，我国代表团在11月30号，把我们的证书扫描发给了会议，希望我们的全权证书能够反映在 会议的证书记录中。谢谢。黎巴嫩。谢谢主席先生。简短的讲，我和代表团同样也赞成几个代表团呢，就以色列的全员证书问题所表达的立场，因为他们这些证书是违反国际法。谢谢。那下一位是多加。谢谢主席先生。而且想提醒一下，我们的全权证书是在11月8号这个已经发出，一人送达。好，谢谢。哥斯达黎加。主席早晨好。今天上午我们收到了本国全权证书的原件，我们敬请秘书处注意到这一点，就是 A 组的。好，谢谢。好，没有其他请求发言了，没有其他代表要求发言。好，我感谢所有有关代表所做的相关意见，这些意见呢将适当的反映在这个数码这个记录当中，以及本会议报告的相应的角注当中。然后有伊拉克说主席很抱歉呢，这么晚才发言。我讲的是有关代表团证书的问题。我跟代表团赞成巴勒斯坦代表团的发言。埃及。主席，我也加入巴勒斯坦大使的发言。突尼斯。谢谢主席先生。一样，我也赞成我也加入这个巴勒斯坦大使的发言。多米尼加共和国。谢谢主席先生，我们想强调多米尼加共和国把我们全权证书这个原版的这个数码版已经发送，而我们期待今天或明天这个原件将会到达。我们的文件先前都是电子方式传播的。阿曼。谢谢主席。我国代表团也赞成巴基斯坦大使阁下的发言。还没有其他要求发言的？没有了。好，感谢所有发言的代表，他们的评论将反映在大会的报告相关角注当中以及数码记录当中。好吧，现在我们开始审议呢，分议题11D，就是任命外聘审计员。 根据财务规则第11.1条规定，外聘审计员呢他本人呢将会以一个成员国的总审计长或者是有同样职能的一个官员呢，将由委员大会呢决定以任命的方式任命一段时间。依照大会 GC18决定7号的决定大会决定任命俄联邦外聘审计员呢担任公发的外聘审计员，为期2年，时间是2020年7月1号至2022年的6月30号。因此呢，大会必须要就下一个阶段的外聘审计员的任命呢采取行动，也就是2022年7月1号至2024年6月30号。大会收到了一份文件，就是 GC19/22/ 增编1。该文件呢，主要是介绍了一位外聘审计员的任命的候选人。我们收到了3个候选人，他们是，我读一下：印度尼西亚审计理事会的主席阿贡菲亚马萨普纳先生。还有俄联邦审计局的Sherman， 还有土耳其审计法院的 Karaman。因为候选人的名额呢比任职的名额要多，所以必须要进行投票。因此，根据大会的历史规则100条的规则呢，必须要进行不记名投票，而101.1条规则规定呢，得到多数票数的候选人或者最多数的投票者将会当选。如果没人反对的话，我们现在就开始进行这种不记名投票。有没有人反对？没有人反对。根据大会议事，根据我们这个公发章程的5.2条规定以及大会的议事规则91条规定有些成员国可能是拖欠交纳对组织的财政会费，而他们的对本组织的这个会费欠交达到了如此一个程度，他们将会丧失表决权。出于这个理由呢，有38个成员国丧失了表决权。在此方面，请大家要注意，主委员会主席提交给我的一个决定草案，通知大会呢，多米尼加共和国请求恢复其表决权的这个请求，依照公发理事会 IDB 49/6，理事会决定根据公发章程5.2条的规定呢，恢复多米尼加共和国的表决权。公发理事会也建议大会呢，支持性的审议恢复呢多米尼加共和国的表决权，包括公发组织所有决策机构，这是依照章程5.2规定进行的。这个决定草案呢是今年11月进行的非正式磋商会前磋商所审议的，而主委会积极的审议了这一请求，并建议大会批准这一决定。所以我是否认为大会决定恢复呢多米尼加共和国的表决权？
是根据章程5.2条决定。有没有人反对通过这一决定草案？没有。决定草案通过。 没有英语口译。在选举前，我想顾及5.2条章程的5.2条。由此，我们需要2/3的多数成员国的出席来做任何的决定。所以，如果我想问一下，我们是否有最低的法定人数？现在有最低的法定。现在我们来数一下出席的成员国的数量，包括线上平台上的数量。秘书处刚刚告诉我，我们有最低的法定人数，可以开始投票。大会议事规则附录 B 的第1段提到了不记名投票的计票员问题，所以我们将会任命3名计票员，来自出席会议的成员国当中。根据以往的惯例，总务委员会认为77国与中国提名1名， B 组国家和 D 组国家分别提名1位。由于 D 组国家没有递交提名， A 组的亚洲国家递交了1名人选，由此如下：77国 Bello Daji Ali Haliru 先生，尼日利亚的公使参战 A 组 Charida Vikram 先生，斯里兰卡的参战 B 组代表则是 Felisa Pastan 女士，来自奥地利常驻使团。我想没有人反对这些计票员的任命。没有人反对。因此，请计票员上台，在主席台前就坐。
Nigerian gentleman? It's the first one, actually. Together. Then, they come. Mr. President.
Thank you very much for accepting this mission.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And this is for the gentleman.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
أود أن ألفت
没有英文口译服务，请大家注意到席位上的一页文件介绍了选票的程序。选票信封和封印很快会分发给你们。选票是空的，每个成员国请写下只有一个人选的姓氏，我强调是一个选票，然后放在信封中，必须要封印，使用所提供的粘纸。成员国的代表将会被点名，逐一来到主席台前。你们需要自报家门，告诉计票员你们的大会的工作牌，并且把已经封印的信封放在选票箱中。虽然本组织任何官方语言的字母可以在计票的时候写下，不 过为了便于计票员的工作，希望能写下拉丁字母的名字。我提醒大家注意到议事规则附录 B12至13段，即以下的选票是无效的。A. 写下了不止一个人名。第二，选票上披露了投票人的身份或者签字。C. 如果没有明确答复。D. 信封里没有选票，或者有超过1张选票。如果是空白的选票，会被记为弃权，这也是根据议事规则的规定。如果你们写错了提名人选的最后姓氏，希望能有新的选票，那请举手。大会服务处会再给你们1张空白的选票，同时收回错误的选票，而错误的选票将会被计票员撕掉。如果你们需要纸或者粘纸，也请举手。请大会的服务处分发选票、信封和封印粘纸，谢谢。
الأردن تفضل.
شكرا سيد الرئيس لسهولة
约旦，请发言，谢谢主席。为了帮助大家更好地写下候选人的名字，能否把候选人的名字打在屏幕上，这样我们可以确保在选票上的名字是正确的。
شكرا سعادة السفيرة. سيقع
很好，阁下。 我们会照您所说的，把候选人的名字打在大屏幕上。
Belarus, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just said that we can use.
白俄罗斯，谢谢主席。您说我们可以使用任何联合国的6种官方语言之一。我们现在收到的投票却说我们只能用拉丁的字母，这是否意味着我们只能使用有拉丁字母的官方语言呢，而不是6种官方语言？谢谢。谢谢您的问题，请法律顾问发言。法律顾问，请发言做解释。谢谢主席。声音太轻了。谢谢主席。我听了白俄罗斯代表的问题，我想这个问题是关于候选人的姓氏，他是不是想用不同的语言写下？是这个意思吗？不仅是姓氏，在投票中说我们只能使用拉丁字母，我们有6种官方的语言，其中一些官方语言并不使用拉丁字母啊，比如俄语。俄语使用吉利语，不同非拉丁字母。谢谢。我想这一程序问题应该由全会来决定，也就是投票的简单多数成员国来决定，我们到底应该使用什么样的字母。谢谢。
Thank you, Delegate.
谢谢白俄罗斯的问题。我在一开始就说了，使用拉丁字母只是建议，基于大会的惯例。到底使用哪种官方语言，是您自己的选择，您有选择的自由。谢谢。
أفهم أن الأعضاء قد حصلوا الآن على ورقة اقتراح.
我想大家现在都收到了选票、信封和贴纸，我们也把候选人的信诗打在了大屏幕上。这样的话，根据100条规则，应该所有的选举都有不记名的方式举行。不记名的投票是依照议事规则附录 B 的程序。大会的执行秘书处会以英语字母的方式，有请所有有资格投票的公法组织成员国上台投票。从第一排最右边的成员国开始，而且是以抓阄的方式决定。我们根据现有的座位的安排，从沙特阿拉伯开始。
سنبدأ الآن عملية الاقتراع.
现在我们要开始投票了。请问检票员可不可以看一下、查一下？阿拉伯文的翻译说这个名字没有听见。请问检票员可不可以查一下这个投票箱是空的？的确是空的。好的，检查过了。那么现在请成员国在投票的票章上只写一个名字，只选一个名字。然后呢，当您把票投到投票箱的时候，我们会照出来的。主席检票员查了，投票箱是空的。好，执行秘书现在要给我们念一下 有投票权的国家，这些国家呢，可以把他们的票投到投票箱里。所有的在场的检票员要检查投票的人，他们是不是把票投入投票箱。投票的时候不能够有人打断，除非有一个意识动议。现在请执行秘书告诉我们，有投票权的国家，到时候投票，然后说已投票。谢谢阁下们，阁下们、女士们、先生们，大家好。我再一次的问检察员，沙特阿拉伯主席的，请问沙特阿拉伯代表的身份您查了是吗？是的，哦，好的，太好了。沙特阿拉伯投票了，现在是塞内加尔。投票前，请检票员查一下投票人的身份。塞内加尔投票了，塞尔维亚、塞舌尔、斯洛维尼亚、南非、西班牙、斯里兰卡、巴勒斯坦、苏丹、瑞典、瑞士、叙利亚阿拉伯共和国、塔吉克斯坦、泰国、东帝汶、多哥、汤加、特立尼达多巴哥、突尼斯、 土耳其、土克梅尼斯坦、乌克兰、阿拉伯联合酋长国、阿拉伯联合酋长国，再说一次。坦桑尼亚联合共和国、乌拉圭、瓦努阿图、越南、赞比亚、津巴布韦、阿富汗、阿尔巴尼亚、阿尔及利亚、安哥拉、安提瓜巴布达、阿根廷、亚美尼亚、奥地利、阿塞拜疆、巴哈马、巴林、孟加拉、巴巴多斯、白俄罗斯、贝宁、不丹、玻利维亚、波斯尼亚、黑塞哥维那、波兹瓦纳、巴西、保加利亚、布基纳法索、佛得角、 柬埔寨、智利、中国、哥伦比亚、哥斯达黎加、科特迪瓦、克罗地亚、古巴、塞浦路斯、车臣、大韩民国是朝鲜人民主义共和国、吉布提、多米尼加共和国、厄瓜多尔、埃及、厄立特里亚、斯威士兰、埃塞俄比亚、斐济、芬兰、赞比亚、甘比亚、德国、危地马拉、圭亚那、海地、匈牙利、印度、印度尼西亚、 伊朗、爱尔兰、以色列、意大利、日本、格鲁吉亚、哈萨克斯坦、肯尼亚、基里巴提、科威特、吉利吉斯坦、老挝人民主义共和国、
黎巴嫩、利比里亚、卢森堡、马达加斯加、马来西亚、马里、马耳他、马绍尔群岛、毛里塔尼亚、毛里求斯、墨西哥、米克尼西亚联邦国家、摩纳哥、蒙古、蒙特尼哥罗、摩洛哥、莫桑比克、缅甸、 纳米比亚、尼泊尔、荷兰、尼加拉瓜、尼日利亚、挪威、阿曼、巴基斯坦、巴拿马、巴拉圭、秘鲁、菲律宾、波兰、卡塔尔、大韩民国、马尔多瓦共和国、罗马尼亚、俄联邦、卢旺达、圣基斯内维斯、圣卢西亚、萨摩亚。名单结束。我现在宣布呢，唱名表决程序结束。77国集团的这个捐票员呢，将从名单上 宣读一下没有投票的成员国，而会务服务人员也将会尚未表决的代表团这个桌上收集他们没有投出的表决票，包括信封，将它们交给计票员。计票员将在这些票或信封上打上缺席。
الرجاء من الزملاء الأفاضل أن يبقوا في مكانهم.
我请各位代表不要离开座位啊！我们现在要保证啊，整个计票过程能够正确的进行。 诸位先生，我们计票员已经拿到了这个没有投票的那些代表的数字：阿尔巴尼亚、安提瓜、巴哥达、巴哈马斯、巴林、巴巴多斯、贝宁、不丹、博茨瓦纳、喀布尔、吉布提、埃利特利亚、埃斯瓦蒂尼、埃塞俄比亚、斐济、冈比亚、圭亚那、海地。基里巴斯、利比里亚、马达加斯加、马里、马绍尔群岛、莫里特尼亚、毛里求斯、梅克尼西亚联邦州、摩纳哥、莫桑比克、尼日利亚、卢旺达、三七斯讷维斯、圣卢西亚、沙摩亚、塞内加尔、塞舌尔、瑞士、唐加、特立尼达多巴哥和土尔梅斯坦、坦桑尼亚、赞比亚，还有津巴布韦。总计呢，还有塔吉克斯坦总计41个成员国家。谢谢主席先生。好，谢谢。我现在请这个计票员呢来查一下相关的这个信封的数量，那些在计票箱内的数字和从代表团桌上收集到的数字，两个分别告诉我一下。
وين هذا؟ Can I continue?
Yes, you can continue.
والآن أطلب من القائمين على فرز الأصوات التحقق من عدد ظروف.
现在，请计票员查投票信封，并且告知收到多少个信封。
أدعو الآن فارزي الأصوات بمساعدة المستشار القانوني واثنين من الأمناء.
现在，请计票员在法律顾问2名秘书处秘书和记录员的协助下，前往 M0179号会议厅计算投票的票数。同时，请各位代表继续就座，一直到投票结束才离开。
أعلن الآن نتائج التصويت.
我现在宣布一下我们表决的结果。我们是这种金额，Australia 133个成员国有表决权，43个成员弃权。那么现在这个票选结果是这样的。Alexis Goodrin 48票，赢得48张选票。桑普纳先生获得26张选票。耶娜先生获得了15张选票，有1张废票。没有弃权票，刚才讲的是有没有出席的。45是法定的一个数字。柯俊先生，俄联邦的柯俊先生，我们宣布当选，对您表示祝贺。我们表决这一环节就结束了。我们选举 Alexei Kurin 先生，他来自俄罗斯联邦，他会成为公法组织的外聘审计员。代表我们的大会，我要最热烈的对俄联邦的 Kurin 先生表示我的最热烈的祝贺，预祝他的工作一帆风顺。很好的履行我们对公法组织的外聘审计的工作。我希望各国代表团能够与他配合，这样他能够很好的履行职责，能够最好的履行他的职责。我现在请唱票人员来处理一下票箱。我现在请土耳其大使发言。非常感谢主席，我不会讲很长。我要表示我诚挚的感谢我们的各国成员国对我们国家候选人的支持，而且我们也要表示一下对公法组织的支持。我们推选一个候选人，就是这个意思。我衷心的祝贺柯俊，俄联邦的柯俊先生当选为外聘审计员，预祝他的工作一帆风顺。谢谢。感谢您。我现在请俄联邦代表发言。非常感谢主席。仅代表俄联邦，我要深切的感谢公法组织的所有的成员国。非常感谢你们大力的支持。支持 Alexei 柯俊先生当选为公法组织的外聘审计员。 我们以前也担任公法组织的外聘审计员，我们一直在从事这件工作，希望在今后我们将会继续的提高我们的工作效率，提高我们的组织的财务方面的效率。我要感谢印尼和土耳其，感谢他们推举了候选人，他们都是颇具资质的候选人，但是也非常感谢各国对我们的支持。但是我们还是要感谢土耳其和印度尼西亚的候选人，再次感谢成员国对我们的支持。当选为外聘审计员，谢谢。我现在请印尼发言。谢谢主席。我们要祝贺俄罗斯当选为公法组织新任的外聘审计员，他将能够很好地履行他的职责。我们也非常感谢给我们这个机会，能推选我们自己的候选人。谢谢，非常感谢。如果没有其他代表要求发言的话，我们11D 这一个议题的审议就到此为止。在宣布会议结束之前，我想告诉大家，我们讲一下要复兴工业政策。我们在这个会议厅1点50，在2点50会继续举行下一个活动。全会呢将在3点的时候继续开会。我们这场会议就到此为止，谢谢。
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thematic session of Revival of Industrial Policy, Prospect for Establishing a Global Industrial Policy Forum for Multilateral Policy Learning and Knowledge Sharing. Our topic today is industrial policy, and we will try to bring perspectives from both developing and industrialized countries together. Not only that, we will also bring recent thinking and practical experiences on industrial policy from government, academia, and development practice together. Please note that today's event is part of the efforts that UNIDO is undertaking to strengthen the knowledge base towards the achievements of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We will address two blocks of questions. In the first, we will discuss the contribution of industrial policy in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the importance of building an industrial policy capacity among policymakers for resilience in industrial development. In the second block, the convening of a multilateral forum of innovative approaches to industrial policy. Good afternoon, my name is Selma Prodanovic and I will be your host today. I'm a passionate entrepreneur, an angel investor, and the vice president of the European Business Angel Network. But without much ado, allow me to introduce today's distinguished panelists. Please forgive me for not reading their bios, but you can read their vast experience on the website, on the webpage of this event. And let me get started with Ms. Izumi Ono, the Director of National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Japan. Ms. Bibi Fatma Abdul Rahman Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperatives, Mauritius. Mr. Rainer Engels, Head, Sectoral Program Sustainable Economic Policy and Private Sector Development, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, Germany. And let me kick off this wonderful first part of the panel, talking first to Ms. Ono and asking Professor Ono, how do you see industrial policy contributing to attaining the SDGs? What is the main role of industrial policy in this regard? And do you think the SDGs can be achieved without industrial policy? Ms. Ono, the stage is yours. You are muted, can that be? We cannot hear you. So we still cannot hear you, Ms. Ono. Are you unmuted? Yes? Do we have a technical issue? Yes, we have a technical issue, okay. So we will try, while they are trying to resolve this issue, I'm very sorry for this, but this is what happens. We will try to move to Ms. Ahmed and while they're resolving the issue. And Ms. Ahmed, I hope you are online. Yes, you are. And you are coming from a country representing a well-documented development success, in which I believe industrial policy has played a significant role. Perhaps you can tell us 3 areas where policy has made a difference and in what way. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Selma. Warm greetings from Mauritius to all of you.
Thank you.
So before addressing the specific areas where industrial policy has made a difference, I would like first of all to give you an outline of the trajectory of our 50 years of industrialization. This journey dates as far back as the late 60s with the adoption of an import substitution strategy and supported by an export-oriented strategy in the early 1970s. The manufacturing sector was then predominantly focused on the production of textile and clothing products. Between 1987 and 1993, the government adopted a two-pronged policy of consolidation of the textile sector and diversification of industrial base. The following period, 2006-2009, was marked by a series.
I'm sorry. Again, there is a, we hear more sound than needed. I'm sorry, please, Ms. Ahmed, continue. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So that period was marked by a series of bold policies to further encourage manufacturing activities through the reduction of tariffs and improving the business environment. Thereafter, the main policy directions were geared towards the consolidation, modernization, expansion, and diversification of the industry sector. Since then, the focus has been on the promotion of higher value products, such as medical devices, precision engineering, high-end jewelry, to be able to carve up niches in the upper segments of the global marketplace. The manufacturing sector has become one of the most important pillars of the Mauritian economy. It contributes some 12.1% to gross value added and about 17% of the total labor workforce. When Mauritius acceded to independence in 1968, it was predicted that the prospect of Mauritius to experience any industrial development looked at that time extremely lean. This was based on the fact that Mauritius was a monocrop economy and was a very exiguous market. However, we have reversed this prediction and have developed a vibrant manufacturing sector. This remarkable achievement is the result of well-defined industrial policies and strategies adopted at the right time. Now, I would like to come to the 3 areas of intervention where, for us, policy has made a difference. It was in the unemployment rate prevailing in the 1970s, the chronic deficit in the balance of payments owing to an excess of imports over imports, the poor level of technology uptake. So, regarding our unique employment creation model, in the 1970s, Mauritius was really experiencing a soaring unemployment rate, and the population was relying heavily on agricultural activities. We came up with an import substitution strategy coupled with an export-oriented strategy by enacting legislation, the Export Processing Zone Act of 1970, and the adoption of this policy triggered considerable permutations in the manufacturing landscape. Indeed, the EPZ Act encouraged the setting up of many textile and clothing enterprises, primarily owned by Hong Kong investors and some from Mauritius as well. This became a landmark achievement in the industrial development history of Mauritius. As many textile and clothing enterprises proliferated all across the island, labor-intensive job opportunities were created, mopping up to a great extent the prevailing unemployment crisis, and also alleviating gender equality. More women joined the labor market. This impressive success of the textile sector brought about another change in the Mauritian manufacturing sector. The EPZ sector started to experience an acute shortage of skilled labor. In the ensuing years, the dearth of labor was compensated by the importation of foreign labor, mainly from China and India. Presently, the employment of expatriates represent some 44% of the total employment of the EPZ sector. Nowadays, in order to address the skills shortage. Our new industrial policy is guided by the imperative to embark on capital-intensive and high value-added activities. As for my second point, the various industrial policy trails adopted by Mauritius is the healing of the chronic balance of payment deficit that was marring the economic prosperity of the country. The import substitution strategy, as I mentioned, inspires local investors to engage in local production to replace imported products with locally made ones. The import substitution strategy impacted positively on our balance of payment concern as fewer products were imported. However, owing to the exiguity of the local market, the import substitution strategy had its limits. In 1970, it was supplemented by the EPZ Act, encouraging investors to export their products. This export strategy met with resounding success, as it not only enabled enterprises to enjoy the benefits of economies of scale, but it enabled the manufacturing sector to emerge as an important earner of foreign exchange for the country. The foreign exchange earned also helped the country to pay for its imports and ease the pressure on our balance of payment. Coming to the third contribution of the different industrial policies, it has been in the area of technology adoption. Our import substitution strategy enabled many domestic-oriented enterprises in the food and beverages sector to grow, master their technology, and emerge as competitive regional players. Many domestic-oriented enterprises are now manufacturing high-quality products grouped under the Made in Maurice label, that is, Made in Mauritius. The case of textile and clothing is more striking. In the 1970s, the new EPZ Act attracted many Hong Kong operators. These operators brought in the technology of making garments relating to stitching, pressing, and finishing. Gradually, they introduced the technology for cotton knitting and dyeing. Many Mauritian operators learned this technology and perpetuated the activities relating to textile and clothing manufacturing. Subsequently, the Mauritian operators introduced the technology related to spinning and weaving. As of now, Mauritius can boast itself of having some of the largest spinning and weaving plants in sub-Saharan Africa and producing garments for most of the international brands. The policy of welcoming foreign investors has also been fruitful in diversifying our industrial base, more specifically in the medical devices, pharmaceutical, precision engineering, high-end jewelry sector. These policies have enabled Mauritius to diversify its technology base and allowed our labor force to become versatile. So that's from me, Selma.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you for also really pointing out the three examples in 3 areas. I hope now that we will be able to go back to Ms. Ono.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Wonderful, okay. Yes. I apologize for these issues, but I'm more than happy to have you now with us and repeating the question, how is the industrial policy contributing to attaining the SDGs? And what is the main role of industrial policy in this regard? The floor is yours, Ms. Ono.
Thank you very much, Selma, for kind introduction. So I believe industrial policy covering both horizontal and vertical policy measures is essential to achieve SDG. And this point is even more vital in the context of building forward better in a post-pandemic world. The theme today is a revival of industrial policy, but since I am a proponent of industrial policy for long, so I rather argue it is a rise of industrial policy with broader and deeper impacts rather than just a revival. So let me share with you maybe 5 reasons why industrial policy is important, and also without it, SDGs cannot be achieved. First is, just Ahmed mentioned that by propelling industrialization or domestic industrial production with manufacturing as a core, industrial policy directly contributes to the goal 9, that is inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, and also that consequently leads to the goal 8, that is productive job creation and decent work and growth. And industrial policy, if it is properly formulated and also implemented, that will contribute to income generation and also job creation, and also in the long run, drive transformative changes through value creation and also productivity enhancement. And to this end, I think firm capability building and also investment in human capability is so important. And particularly for developing countries, I think those countries face the underdeveloped market, not just market failure. So it is very important for the government to set a vision and prioritization, and with concrete target, with good understanding of the reality of the private sector through dialogue with them, and then facilitating technology transfer. I think Mauritius is a wonderful example in this regard. The second reason is that the industrial policy, by driving industrialization, has multiplier effects to achieve the other socio-economic goals, such as poverty reduction, that is goal 1, female employment with better working conditions, and reduce inequality, goal 10. I think these can be achieved and also sustained only when productive jobs and income are generated. And also it is contribute to the agricultural productivity and food security, and also health and nutrition by providing agricultural equipment, fertilizer, and also maybe vaccine and drug production medical devices. And also I already talked about the importance of quality of education, skill development, if industrial policy can properly address those demands for that skill and education. The third aspect is that the industrial policy can steer green industrialization and thus contribute to the achievement of environmental goal of SDG, such as clean water and energy, and responsible consumption and production, and climate action. I think these points have been already emphasized yesterday exactly by Professor Jeffrey Sachs at the Industrial Development Report 2022 launch. He was very much eloquently, convincingly talked about this. And it should be noted that electricity and industry account for together I think about 50% of greenhouse gas emission. So it is so important to think about give a proper incentive for firms to adopt resource efficient technology to reduce those emissions and also promote sustainable water and energy management. And then fourth, importantly, I think now the objective of industrial policy has become broader with deeper impacts on society and economies with the progress of digital transformation and also servicification. I recall that the professor, Danny Roderick, talked about that I think industrial policy should contribute to the societal goals that lead to sustainability and responsible globalization. In this sense, I think that in Japan, the government and also business sector like Keidanren, Business Federation, embrace a concept of Society 5.0, which aim at creative, the value creative society towards solving societal problems like aging issues, environmental issues, and maybe disaster mitigation, etc., with the power of innovation technologies. And this is fully in line with the NCG. But at the same time, I think manufacturing can play an important role together with linked with service sector and also technological innovation. And finally, I would like to say that industrialization generates growth and contribute to the increased fiscal revenue, which are essential to generate income for the society and investment as the country is needed. And moreover, the faced with COVID crisis, I think many governments are spending massive money for recovery, and we must make sure this will surely help realize inclusive society, green recovery, and structural transformation, particularly in developing countries. So for all those reasons, I really argue that the industrial policy is so essential in achieving SDG to make the economy competitive and also steering economy inclusive and sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ono. Clearly, thank you very much for these responses. Obviously clear that the importance of the industrial policy for development, especially for the key role it plays for attaining the SDGs, and it demonstrate the important space that UNIDO occupies within the UN system and the 2030 agenda. And with a related question, moving also to Mr. Engels, I know you are very much behind some of the most successful responses to capacity development needs in developing countries, including the long-lasting and successful GIZ-UNIDO cooperation on industrial policy. For example, together GIZ and UNIDO have crafted a policy toolkit called UKIP, that directly speaks to training of policymakers. Could you please tell us more about EQUIP, what it is and what it contains?
Thank you, Selma. Dear Excellencies, dear participants, it's a pleasure to be participating in this panel discussion. And yes, this is a success story in two respects. It shows how multilateral and bilateral agencies can join their respective expertise and specific features to support countries. At the same time, the toolbox enhancing the quality of industrial policies, which is the long name for EQUIP, provides much needed and requested support that comes at the right time. Let me explain why. There is a renaissance of industrial policy ongoing in economic science, and there are several reasons behind it. First, industries look much different and more complex than 2 decades ago. Production processes have been digitally optimized. The sectors of manufacturing and services are no longer separated from each other. Services are a major part of products. Take smartphones as example, where thousands of services are offered by a small piece of kit. And the wealth of the smartphone is mainly composed of intellectual products. Second, the economy is increasingly asked to contribute to social and ecological tasks, as has been discussed before already, which cannot be tackled by a simple growth strategy. Climate change requires a decoupling of production from CO2 emissions, poverty alleviation requires a fair distribution of wealth, and markets alone don't solve these challenges. Third, for national economies to stay or get competitive, it is important to have a high-quality economic base and to be innovative. The necessary infrastructure is expensive and needs government support. However, to be successful, industrial policy needs to be evidence-based, private sector-oriented.
We are losing you. I would kindly ask you to repeat, Mr. Engels. If you can just repeat
sound
from...
evidence base is crucial because there is no one-size-fits-all solution for industrial policy. Every country has its specific characteristics concerning the competitiveness of sectors, whether products are for local markets or exports, the skill set and
we do have some technical
the availability
difficulties.
of energy and raw materials, the bandwidth of the internet, the vulnerability of disaster.
Mr. Engels, we do have some technical issues with the internet. The connection is not so good, and we are losing you. While you are speaking, we are losing you partially.
Just to name a few. For developing an industrial policy. Private sector. Orientation is also important. This concerns administration, where the ease of doing business is an example. Needs priorities of the private sector should be.
Okay, we have an issue technically. I can hardly hear. I don't know if the connection is different on the live stream. Can you tell me if the live stream is working and it's just here in the room? It's not working, okay.
Can't be here, is that right?
We have to, if you can somehow send a chat to Mr. Engels that we cannot hear him, and we will have to cut, we will continue and come back to the second part of this, his question. Allow me now, it is my honor to now announce and call to the stage the Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, to introduce the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum and make your statement. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Selma.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Although many of you are joining virtually, I am pleased to welcome you all to UNIDO. The interventions from the panel so far demonstrate the revival of interest in industrial policy in both theory and practice. The underlying expectation is that industrial policy will contribute to long-term prosperity, simultaneously balancing growth, environmental and social concerns towards the achievement of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In our work at UNIDO, we put strong emphasis on capacity building of policymakers, multi-stakeholder interactions, and evidence-based industrial policy making. Policymakers remain responsible to make strategic decisions about how best to define goals and balance priorities in ways consistent with the country's context, history, and accumulated productive capacities. At the same time, the heterogeneity of approaches to industrial policy across countries means there is a multitude of available knowledge and experience spillovers between countries, and a wide scope for mutual learning. Excellencies, distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, through our engagement with member states and other partners, we have identified an urgent need to facilitate policy dialogue and knowledge sharing on industrial policy. UNIDO's response to this demand is the proposal to establish a multilateral industrial policy forum to facilitate dialogue and knowledge sharing, and to draw from our vast field experiences to inform different aspects of industrial policy. The side event today is one of the first activities that UNIDO undertakes to engage our partners and friends in active discussions around the elements of this industrial policy forum. We have developed some ideas based on our knowledge and interpretation of the current policy discourse, and building on our many years' experience of supporting member states on different areas related to industrial policy making. A multi-stakeholder platform could facilitate identification of common industrial development priorities and areas of collaboration and synergy, while enabling the design and implementation of more effective industrial policies, thereby contributing to the well-being of countries and the world at large. Moreover, member states have a lot to share and learn from each other. For example, how did some small island development states succeed in propelling rapid industrial development while others have experienced slower industrialization? How did some middle-income countries manage to spur continuous growth while others found themselves stuck at this stage of development? Peer learning amongst member states could be a way to unlock industrial development. The field of industrial policy is in continuous development. New ideas constantly come to the fore and are successfully implemented. Policy related to digitalization and Industry 4.0 may be understood in this light. The forum could be a way to transfer this frontier type of knowledge and best practice to member states still in search of the development approach that suits their particular context and history. We should explore the best ways to transfer knowledge and experiences and to transform them into practical guidance for action. Before I end, let me take this opportunity to thank our distinguished speakers and the audience in advance for their thoughts and recommendations on how UNIDO can best progress in this initiative. We would welcome any innovative approaches to industrial policy for consideration in such a multilateral forum. We want to make sure the forum speaks to all of you and welcome all to partner with us in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunyoshi, the Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO. Thank you very much. In this stage, if we were in regular times, there would be a big applause now, but let's keep it virtual at this moment. And I would like to continue now and move to Ms. Ahmed, really discussing the policies, and I can see the usefulness of sharing the Mauritian strategies and policies with other SIDs, as well as learning from other successful development experiences. In your opinion, do you think that would be a useful function of an industrial policy forum? And what other functions would you suggest such a forum should have? Ms. Ahmed.
Yes. Thank you, Selma, for this pertinent question. Before replying, allow me to thank the Director General of UNIDO, His Excellency, Mr. Lee Yong, for inviting me to this event. I also wish to express my appreciation to Mr. Hiroshi Kuniyoshi, Deputy Director General of UNIDO, as well as to Anders for organizing this panel discussion. Okay, so back to our question. As rightly pointed out, sharing of experiences on industrial policies and strategies fosters for me a learning curve, which is an important step in the industrial development journey of every country. I have gone to the concept paper, and I believe that the setting up of a multilateral industrial policy forum is a really laudable initiative of UNIDO, particularly given the present challenges in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic and other emerging issues related to the Sustainable Development Goals. My first argument to substantiate this observation pertains to sharing of experiences in the preparation of an evidence-based industrial policy. The ministry has successfully come up with a new industrial policy and strategic plan 2020-2025. This plan aspires to re-engineer the Mauritian manufacturing landscape based on 5 focus areas, which are the strengthening of our industrial foundations, upgrading of value chains, supporting local production, promoting regional and global exports, and fostering the adoption of smart and advanced technologies pertaining to Industry 4.0. During the preparatory phase of this strategic plan, we have gained a lot of insights which are crucial for the successful formulation of industrial policy. Let me share with you the lessons learned. The EQUIP model developed jointly by UNIDO and GAZE, Reina will be glad to hear that, was used as a basis combined with the competencies of the consultant and adapted to the local context of Mauritius. Close collaboration with the public and private sector stakeholders in the manufacturing ecosystem is imperative to enlist the necessary buy-in and ownership of the strategic plan, particularly from our economic operators. The success of an industrial policy lies in ensuring institutional synergy and coordination with all relevant stakeholders. In this perspective, the Ministry has set up a new structure, the Industrial Policy Executive Oversight Committee, under my chair, and comprising key public and private stakeholders. This collaborative partnership is yielding positive results, with around 50% of the recommendations of the strategic plan being implemented. These ground realities are not obtained in textbooks, but acquired on the field through practical experience. This is why I believe that one of the key functions of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum should facilitate the exchange of these practical experiences, which cannot be gleaned from a theoretical perspective only. Bear in mind that policymaking is dynamic and should be responsive to the needs at hand. My second point refers to capacity building, which is crucial in the industrial policy formulation process. I firmly believe that the forum, through its interaction with member states, could play an important role in identifying needs for capacity building in priority areas, notably digitalization, automation, greening of industries, and in domesticating the equipped toolkit to the local context. The third function of the forum relates to technical assistance. For instance, to advise and conduct an assessment of the manufacturing sector of each member state, identify their strategic thrusts to subsequently come up with relevant project activities for technical assistance by UNIDO in collaboration with donor countries, donor agencies and countries. In this vein, the forum needs to be adequately supported by professionals and academics in the industrial policy sphere to ensure the successful rollout of project activities. With regard to the fourth function, I have noted that an organizing committee and an advisory committee will be set up to support the operations of the MIPF. UNIDO has our full support on this proposal. So these are my points, Selma. What will be the functions of the forum?
Thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you very much. And it was great insights, really clearly set to the point, great inputs on what can be done. And I would like to go back to Mr. Engels. I hope the connection is now better. We will move forward to the second part of the question some additional ideas towards the forum. And maybe you can see countries like Germany share their experience with digitalization and Industry 4.0 with developing countries and placing an emphasis of what works and what doesn't. What is your opinion on that, Mr. Engels?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, thank you very much.
So sorry for the technical problems. I don't know what happened. I've rejoined 2 times now. I hope this now stays working.
Stable,
and, thanks to Ms. Ahmed already mentioning their use of EQUIP, and if there is time at the end, I would like to come back to explain a little bit more about how EQUIP is working and give you some examples. But I now would like to also stick to your question.
But please, I'm sorry, please do take 2 minutes more to, unfortunately we had to cut you off and you were not able to tell us more about it. Just take 1 or 2 minutes more to continue on the first question and then move to the second question, please.
Okay, you're welcome. So I would like to start by giving you some examples on how EQUIP is working and where we have been working together with countries and with UNIDO. First example is looking at the Western Balkans, and there are 6 countries have decided to jointly apply to the EQUIP approach for the development of a monitoring and evaluation system for the industrial policy they have. So by that they would be able to track the economic, social and environmental impact of the industrial policy packages. This was supported by GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the technical capacities of the 6 countries were successfully strengthened. So being quite different in their industrial base, all 6 countries have in common that they are proceeding in their accession process to the European Union, and that process comprises the development of a modern industrial policy. Second example is Cambodia, where UNIDO has organized executive briefings and following training workshops on evidence-based industrial policy making. And the government's objective was to modernize and transform the country's industrial structure from a labor-intensive to a skills-driven industrial sector by 2025. Similar to Mauritius, but in an earlier state, I would say. To achieve this ambitious vision, Cambodia needs policymakers who are capable of drafting effective industrial policies based on reliable data and sound evidence using advanced analytical methodologies. The third example is the SADC region, and in this region we have supported a strategy on regional level which has been developed in 2013 as a 50-year strategy project, and part of it is industrial policy.
Have we lost Mr. Engels again? Unfortunately, I can hear him, but I cannot see him. No connection, no connection. Okay. This is wonderful, the way it is working. Sometimes we should say that technology, we are that far that we are able to get the connection between countries, but yes, it is working. He's back. Can we continue with Mr. Engels? And I think we will now, we had the 3 examples that he showed us and mentioned, and maybe we can now move on to the second part of his question, if he's listening to me. Yes, okay, I have you back. So we had the 3 examples for the EQUIP.
I hear you, yes.
And now if we can move to the...
the last one would be Ukraine, but can you hear me?
Yes, it is again not so good, but we can hear you. You mentioned Ukraine.
Yes, I would not go into Ukraine at the moment, but would like to come to your second question.
Yes, thank you.
So an industrial policy forum can improve exchange of experiences in many ways. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. The exchange of experience of the developed countries like Germany to
yeah, thanks. I'll try to proceed. So the example of Germany in the field of digitalization and especially Industry 4.0 means a production mode where the whole product life cycle is integrated in a company-wide network, the so-called Internet of Things. All tools, materials, and products are connected. The production is supervised with the support of various and numerous sensors. Research and development are optimized by virtual tools, and individualization of the production to clients' wishes is also possible. Even the integration in an overall circular economy is part of Industry 4.0. In the times of the pandemic, it also helps in optimizing the logistics by reducing the risks. The concept started in large companies, industrialized countries, and was supported right from the beginning through governments and research institutions, and business organizations and trade unions were also part of the development. In Germany, they also joined forces in the platform Industry 4.0 that organized exchange, catalyzed research, developed and introduced complex standards, ranking from interoperability of systems to cybersecurity. All industrialized countries have similar platforms that organize the national stakeholder dialogue and also the international exchange. And Germany could share its experiences with this type of institutionalized broad support to industrial policy making. Up to now, only few developing countries have such a system. Of course, Industry 4.0 is not the right approach to industrial development in all countries, at least in the short run. But there are quite a lot of minimum requirements for such a political and economic orientation. Another example is the need of greening the industries due to climate change to reach the goal of keeping the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. Complete decarbonization of the whole economy is necessary. And that is something which is very challenging and where a need of cooperation is there and exchange between all the stakeholders all over the world. And an industrial policy forum could help in this respect enormously. Economic development and especially industrial development also needs to take into account the quality and quantity of jobs, digitalization, urbanization, platform economies, international trade dynamics, greening of industries. All these trends are changing the world of labor significantly. So economic growth and job creation are not automatically linked. The international community has agreed to eradicate absolute poverty by 2030. Economic development plays a central role in reaching that goal. But there is no automatism. As all these examples show, an exchange on industrial development needs to be organized to cope with these and many other challenges and to make as much as possible use of opportunities that, that change offers. And such an exchange needs to integrate policy decision makers, businesses, trade unions, research, and civil society. Such a place doesn't exist up to now, and it is time to provide it. Therefore, a kind of industrial policy forum is very much needed and timely. And I would heavily support the development of such an idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Engels, for supporting and clearly supporting the creation of such a forum. I would like now to move to Ms. Ono, and I would like you to reflect on the functions of an industrial policy forum and what would you suggest being its main functions, and also what do you think whether UNIDO should team up with other UN organizations as well as with member states in the establishment of an industrial policy forum? Could you share with us your opinions?
Okay, thank you very much, Selma. First of all, I really fully support UNIDO's proposal for convening annual multilateral industrial policy platform. And this is because very timely, especially in light of growing interest in industrial policy, in addressing post-pandemic challenges and SDG, and also increasing complexities of the industrialization landscape, such as digitalization, green, global value chain reshaping, importance of resilience, as many people already mentioned. So I think particularly for developing countries, enhanced policy capability is more and more required, and particularly so as a multilateral organization with practical experience of industrial development in partner countries, I think UNIDO is properly placed to assume a lead role in this multilateral industrial policy platform in partnership with relevant organizations and donors, experts, and by topic. So this is what I think in generally in responding to your question. And I have some comments and what I agree and also what I want to suggest, okay, if I may. What I agree strongly is that maybe two issues. First is that it is really good that this multilateral industrial policy forum aims at policy capacity building. This is because that the critics of industrial policy in the past attacked that the weak government, the capacity to justify is not going to work, in particular in developing countries. But I believe we should aim at step-by-step, gradual step-by-step learning and enhancement of industrial policy capability, because no emerging countries today had such capacity from the beginning. As we learned from Mauritius' experience, they learned a lot from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, other countries, Japan, also from the Meiji, Korea, China, Singapore, etc. So I think how to acquire knowledge and internalize those knowledge into their own situation through trial and error, that is very much important. And I think learning is a dynamic process, so that can be built through concrete effort. So I would like to call it the dynamic capacity development, and then there should be a space for developing countries to go through trial and error and learning by doing. So that's why I think donors should support this process. Second, why I think this is good is that this forum emphasizes an action-oriented approach with base specifics. I think already maybe Selma and Ahmed already mentioned that it is a very concrete action-oriented approach going beyond general discussion. I think because of the nature of industrial policy debate has been changing a lot, not kind of theoretical or debate, much more on the how to do it on a practical aspect. So in this case, I think we should really think about the how aspects, practical aspects of industrial policy making and implementation, which include process of how to set a goal, how to talk to the private sector, how to maybe design concrete maybe policy measure based on the learning from benchmarking countries. What you can achieve, what you can integrate, what you can modify to your country's own situation. So I think those issues are very important. And that's why I really feel like this practical maybe focus of this forum is very important. Then I just wanted to say a few words about what I would like to suggest additionally. First of all, I think it is really important to engage high-level policymakers for this forum, because that the industrial policy is broad and also that scope is broadening even more in today's context. And then I think industrial policy making requires a lot of interministerial coordination, multi-stakeholder discussion, not only business, but also various maybe NPO, etc. So I think Ministry of Industry and equivalent is very important role to play. At the same time, I think we need maybe political leadership. So I think engagement of that high-level policymaker is very much important. Another thing which I would like to suggest is that maybe importance of follow-up actions in selected countries which are really, really seriously committed in improving their industrial policy capabilities with high-level political commitment. In that case, maybe UNIDO or together with other partner organizations can have a more in-depth country dialogue, and then can make some maybe follow-up discussion of the comparison of other countries, that the comparative analysis and what kind of maybe measures can be taken, what is a suitable way for the country to adapt. So those processes can be maybe installed, and then if some technical cooperation can be maybe followed up, that would be very, very good. Maybe depending on some topics, other partners can be called upon, or other maybe UN organization can be called upon. So I think maybe concrete maybe follow-up in learning by doing in process in the country, which are very much seriously thinking about this industrial policy improvement based on the forum participation would be very useful. In this sense, I just wanted to share the very Japanese experiences, because Japan is one of the few donors who practice industrial development cooperation with industrial policy support. What we do is that we engage in the high-level policy makers in thinking about what is their maybe agenda or problem is, and what is the concrete maybe entry point we will think together. Then, based on maybe dialogue, sharing experiences or other countries, not only Japan are bringing other maybe Asian countries' experiences. And then if time allows, we try to invite, for example, the maybe JICA's pilot activities so that they can integrate some learning by doing activities. So in that kind of very intense, maybe tailor-made approach, with follow-up action would be very useful. And then in the case of Japan, we have been doing in several, maybe dozens of countries in Latin America or East Asia, in Africa, maybe Ethiopia, we did it, but right now it's a bit difficult situation. But I think that kind of experiences, methodology can be, I hope, very useful. So maybe this will be very complementary of what GIZ is doing. I think Rainer's the presentation is very interesting in the sense that you can share some kind of standardized methodology of making evidence-based industrial policy making. But I think that can be enhanced if combined with tailor-made approach by country-specific follow-up on the ground. This is what I just wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. I would just, it was really a delightful insight that you have given, but maybe can I just ask you to go one moment deeper into discussion in terms of the any recommendations that you might have emerging from such a forum that would lead to actions by member states. So do you have any recommendations, Ms. Ono, on how we can ensure that recommendations emerging from the forum are truly also lead to action in the member states?
Yeah, what I just said was that because I think industrial policy is really country specific. So we can discuss in general what is maybe important new methodology, ideas, how to cope with green industrialization, digitalization, those things. But I think each country is very different. That's why I just mentioned that it will be useful if it can be done for some selectively we can engage in the country which are really seriously try to improve those industrial policy making in certain topics. Then some of the follow-up in country-specific context in country can be made. For example, UNIDO has an office and you have a technical cooperation project. So maybe in some depending on some kind of different topics, different partners or expert can be called upon. So that's why I feel like maybe specific follow-up would be very useful based on the general discussion and experience sharing in the forum. And I think if political leadership or high-level policy makers attend those conferences, maybe that will also facilitate how we can be selectively engage those maybe very willing, serious countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ono. It's definitely going into the specifics of each country. I would like just to give the opportunity to Ms. Ahmed and Mr. Engels for a final statement or recommendation that you would like to give in terms of how we can engage the countries to really take action. And Ms. Ahmed, a short statement from your side.
Yes, I concur with Izumi regarding what the points have raised regarding the assistance to be provided to member states with donor facilitating, UNIDO acting as a facilitator in partnering with donor agencies to secure funding, and emphasis should be laid on capacity building, and most importantly, the proper mechanism for reporting and follow-up is crucial in my point of view. So with my closing remarks, I would like to reiterate my full support to UNIDO for the setting up of the Multilateral Industrial Policy Forum. For me, it is my true belief that the establishment of such a forum is highly opportune, and it will provide a new impulse to the core functions of UNIDO, which hinge on supporting member states in the industrial development pathway. You can rely fully on my collaboration and that of my team in your future endeavors. I would just like to end by saying that bold and right decisions have to be taken today so that tomorrow we can reap the benefits. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this inspiring finish that you just gave us, Ms. Ahmed, about the bold, leading into the future in a bold way. And Mr. Engels, a short final statement from your side, if we can have the connection.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I would see such a forum as an important step for exchange and to further develop ideas and technologies and exchange best practices. And that can lead to, of course, the use by individual countries. That is not automatically, as you can't put industrial policy in a negotiating mode and then force countries to develop something, as every country is different and needs a specific industrial policy. And that is a good reason to have a forum to exchange and to learn from each other. And of course, as GIZ is an implementing agency and not a donor, I can only promise that GIZ will support wherever we can. And we wish all the best to the idea and hope that the forum will really take place in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Engels, GIZ. Thank you all to the panelists for your great ideas on this industrial policy forum. I am convinced that UNIDO will consider these seriously and the ideas that you have shared. I would like to profoundly thank the panelists for a wonderful and insightful debate. You have really highlighted several important aspects of industrial policy and the role it plays for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and thus for development overall. Let me summarize what we have heard today. Three key messages. One, achieving the SDGs is not possible without industrial policy. Two, industrial policy capacity is imperative for building resilience in industrial development. And three, very importantly, we have heard loud and clearly the call that UNIDO should convene an annual forum on innovative industrial policy peer learning. Excellencies, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. I trust that everyone appreciates the important role that industrial policy plays in economic development, not only for economic growth, but also for social inclusion and environmental sustainability. With this, I hope you enjoyed this, and you enjoyed the rest of the General Conference, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye.
女士们、先生们，尊敬的代表大使、各位同事，现在我宣布，公发组织大会19次常会的第8次全会开始。我想要先提醒大家，我们的主要委员会呢将会在4点30分到6点30分在 D 房间开会，这是在我们 C 楼的4楼。同时 Interprefy 的平台也可以接入参会。现在呢，我们要来进行第7议题的讨论，也就是2个组织机关的选举。有关工业发展理事会成员的选举以及方案和预算委员会成员的选举的内容呢，是基于议事规则的第102条。我们先看这个分议题7A， 就是27个工业发展理事会成员的选举。根据这个宪章的9.1和9.2条，工业发展理事会呢包括53个成员组织，这是由大会所选举的，同时呢也考虑到了公平的地理分配的原则。理事会的成员呢将会从他们在被当选的大会的常会结束开始，直到4年之后，下一次的常会结束，成员可以再次当选。我们现在来选择理事会27个成员，他们是这样来分配的。现在请中国发言。
好，可以了吗 ？Good afternoon。
主席，下午好，各位同事，下午好。我们在开始进行这个大会工业发展理事会成员的选举之前，我想问一个问题。我要问的这个问题呢，是有关秘书处昨天晚上所发的信息，里面讲到了大会19次常会的决策。我们呢是想要秘书处来澄清一下这个信息照会是什么意思。它英文的里面呢是提到了这个主要委员会的提议，昨天下午我们没有总务委员会提的提议，昨天下午我们没有时间来讨论。那么我们是不是可以在 IDB 和 PPC 这个成员国的选举之后呢，再来进行这个讨论？谢谢。阁下，非常感谢中国的代表的问题，我想简要的来澄清一下这个照会的目的。我想要说的是，这个照会呢发出去的目的就是说有没有要看大会是不是有什么潜在的临时的这个决定。我们这样做是因为大家都知道呢，我们现在是按照这个混合的模式在开本次大会，我们也和总务委员会在讨论到底怎么来开会，从而呢来确保是不是有这种临时的需求。那么我们今天下午要讨论的这个议题，这2个分议题没有什么临时的决定，这也是呢我们之前就讨论过的，按照过去的大会的惯例，以这样的一个组织的方式进行的选举，每一个区域会 给大会呢提交一个大家都同意的名单，也就是说大家都同意，如果被选上的话呢，愿意在 PBC 或者 IDB 来呢承担这个委员的职责。因为是地区集团已经同意的一个国家的名单，所以大家可以看到呢，这些名单是呢由这个协商一致来决定的，没有反对的这样的一个情况。我希望大家也应该非常的清楚，我们呢也会给大家来介绍这样的一个文件。我想再说的是，昨天晚上所发的这个照会，指的就是说有没有什么临时的这个决定，有没有什么临时的这个需求，或者说我们在这个7议题下面讨论的这个内容，是不是有什么潜在的临时的决定，仅此而已，就是为了这个目的。非常感谢。我们代表团呢，首先要感谢秘书处，就在这个说明照会当中所讲的内容，我们也认为就跟中国代表团一样，我们也觉得呢需要指定在全会当中指定这样的一个时候来讨论这个照会的内容。因为似乎并不是很清楚到底提议的是什么，我觉得呢最好是可以来交流一下，就这个话题，就这个提议，就是呢这个临时决定的这样的一个问题，我觉得是不是可以有这样的一个时刻来讨论一下，在这个照会当中我们到底是提出的是什么内容？谢谢。谢谢古巴。俄罗斯有请。谢谢主席。俄罗斯代表团呢，想说的是，说到审议，以及我们整个流程的开放和透明，我们不能够呢支持昨天秘书处所发的这个内容。我们觉得选举投票这是非常重要的一个问题，应该要被讨论，要跟所有的成员国，特别是那些对这个话题感兴趣的成员国，而且提前来进行讨论。我觉得应该事先讨论，而不是在我们实际会议期间来讨论。谢谢。谢谢。中国有请。谢谢主席。说到总务委员会所提的这个内容，我们担忧的是有这样的一种可能性，就是说我们是虚拟的投票，就某些具体的问题，我们是虚拟的这个投票。当然呢，我们不介意这种形式，不管是线上的投票，通过roll call 这样的一个方法，或者是举手的方法来投票，这两种投票的方法我们都不在意。但是我们在乎的，或者说关注的，就是我们要不要按照以前惯例在线下的这种做法，或者说规则，还是说呢，是 在这个线上的这样的一个方式，这是秘书处没有回答我们的一个问题，因此我们支持俄罗斯的还有古巴的立场。我们希望总务这个委员会呢再一次考虑一下这个提议。如果总务委员会还是想要推出这个新的规则的话，那么这个规则应该要在所有的成员国当中讨论，然后也要由成员国来决定是不是批准和通过。谢谢你的评论意见。我看到没有其他人有要求要发言了，好像没有其他人就希望就这个话题要求发言了。我要感谢刚才所有发言的代表。现在呢，请允许我首先先来澄清一下这个情况。我们理解了刚才发言的国家的意见，在这里呢，我们需要想一下这个议题，也就是呢涉及到选举、工业发展理事会成员以及呢方案和预算委员会成员的问题。它所根据的就是议事规则第102条规则，这是一个主要的问题。那么其实投票的问题呢，对于我们现在在这里要解决的这个议题7没有直接的联系，所以我呢会做以下的提议。我们可以呢继续来进行 IDB 以及 PPC 这2个委员会的选举，继续来进行选举，然后呢我们可以开始进行讨论，解决这里所提议的问题。所以我其实给大家的建议就是，我们按这样的一个方式进行开会，大家对此觉得怎么样？看来没有人对这个提议有反对意见，那么先感谢大家的理解，也感谢大家的良好的配合。那么我们就继续我们的内容，审议议题7。我们呢，首先来选举工业发展理事会的成员。这里面包括来自于 A 类的13个国家，其中有7个是非洲国家，有6个呢是来自于亚太地区的国家。另外呢 ，B 类有7个成员， C 组有5个成员，另外还有2个成员呢是来自于 D 组。那么，关于 A 组里面的非洲国家，以下这些国家呢被提议作为候选国家：安哥拉、突尼斯、阿尔及利亚、南非、摩洛哥、加纳以及尼日利亚。大家对于所提的这些候选国家有没有什么反对意见？没有，没有看到有反对意见。那么，国家的这一组成员呢就选好了。
那么现在是名单 A 中的亚太地区国家，他们是孟加拉国、印度、吉尔吉斯坦、蒙古、巴基斯坦和泰国。有人反对拟议的候选名单吗？没有。那么，亚太国家成员的名单现在就通过了。那么，对清单 B 中的国家，下面的国家已被提出作为候选人，他们是奥地利、爱尔兰、卢森堡、马耳他、西班牙、瑞士、土耳其。大家对选出的这些候选人有反对意见吗？没有。那么 B 组名单的国家成员清单就这样确定了。那么 C 组名单的国家呢是阿根廷、哥斯达黎加、巴拿马、秘鲁、委内瑞拉。大家对这一些拟议的候选国，大家有没有反对意见？没有。那么，现在系组名单的成员国已经通过。那么最后呢是D组的名单。该组的主席提出了下述候选人，他们是匈牙利、俄罗斯联邦。那么大家对这些候选国有没有反对意见？没有。那么 D 组名单里面的成员国呢，就这样通过了。那么我们结束了理事会成员的选举。那么现在我是否能够请这个会议审议议程项目7B， 这就是方案预算委员会成员的选举。那么根据宪章的这个10.1和10.2条，方案预算委员会的这个成员呢，包含了会议的27个成员组织，他们呢会关注到地域分配原则，成员国呢要在这个会议之后呢。定期会议之后呢，这个出任2年的这个职务。那么我们现在呢，有的成员是可以重新当选的。那么11个A 组的国家由下属国家组成，5个国家6个非洲国家和5个亚太国家，这个 B 组的。国家呢，有9个，C 组的国家呢有4个，D 组的国家有3个。那么， 在这个 A 组的非洲国家中呢，下述国家即阿尔及利亚、布基纳法索、埃及、加纳、摩洛哥、托尼斯这个被选为候选人。大家对此有没有反对意见？没有。那么非洲组的成员就通过了。那么现在 A 组的亚太区国家提出下列国家，中国、印度、伊朗、巴基斯坦、菲律宾。那么大家对这些拟议的候选人是否有任何反对意见？没有。那么这样就通过了亚太区国家成员的名单。那么 B 组的成员名单提出下述国家为候选人：西班牙、澳大利亚、日本、芬兰、这个马耳他、西班牙、土耳其有一个席位呢，现在仍然是空置。大家对这些候选人是否有任何反对意见？没有。那么这样的话 ，B 组的国家成员名单呢就通过了。那么 C 组的国家名单，下述国家被提名作为成员国：阿根廷、巴西、墨西哥和乌拉圭。大家对拟议的这些候选人是否有反对意见？没有。那么 C 组的国家成员名单就这样通过了。那么至于 D 组中的国家成员，该组的主席提出了下述候选人，他们是匈牙利、波兰、俄罗斯联邦。大家对这些提出的候选人名单有什么反对意见吗？没有。那么 D 组的国家成员名单就这样通过了。那么我们就结束了方案预算委员会成员的选举，议程项目7就这样结束了。那么 就像商定的那样，我们现在将开始审议昨天这个成员国向成员国提交的关于投票机制的文件来进行讨论。巴基斯坦有请。谢谢主席。我认为，中国同事俄罗斯、古巴代表提出的问题呢是非常有用的。应该就这个问题进行坦率的讨论。大家可以回顾委员会呢已经对这个问题做了讨论。非常清楚的是，其他代表团呢也没有理由来这个改变我们的工作的规则。那么，所以呢，如果要这个举手进行投票的话，那么也要做到在这个线上的投票呢应该是公平合理的。那么应该找到一个解决办法。这种解决办法呢不应该改变我们的投票的规则，这是我们理解的，因为我们认为呢没有理由来改变规则。那么如果出现情况就是要进行线上投票的话，而有成员国没有出席，那么就要这些代表呢就要来这个说明自己的这个缺席，要由另外一个国家来代表。那么这是我们的理解，所以呢，我们同意这个来发出这个循环的通知。我们期待呢这个规则不会出现变化。中国，有请中国代表发言。谢谢主席。我们赞赏巴基斯坦尊敬的大使所做的澄清。我们是否能够得到更多的澄清？就是根据这个信息的说明。这么总务委员会的规则并不允许进行线上的投票。那么根据这一个信息说明，那么这是否总委员会是否允许线上的投票呢？这是一个简单的问题，是否能够做一下澄清？谢谢。请秘书处发言。谢谢尊敬的阁下，我来这个澄清一下。虽然我们感谢各国代表团的讨论，那么这一个讨论呢是非常必要的，因为我们是在非常特殊的情况下举行这一公发大会，而且我们各方都这个以不同的方式受到了影响。那么在涉及到这个线上投票的话，我们的理解是确实呢，在我们的规章制度中。 没有这个规定有这个电子的投票。那么如果一个成员国在这个唱名的时候呢，指出呢，他们提出这个议事规则方面的问题，那么他们认为呢，这是一个线上的投票，而且呢，他们希望呢，听到他们的声音。那么这是一个非常重要的一点，因为呢，大家可能对这一个问题有不同的看法。但是我们的技术理解是，那么你如果在这个屏幕上的话，那么你就显示了你自己做出了决定，你也展示了自己，你在唱名投票的中呢，是做出的决定呢是非常的透明的，也是明显的，所以呢，我们也并不认为这是一个电子形式。那么，但是我们也知道呢，许多代表团希望得到澄清，就是就这种情况得到澄清，这是否是一个电子的投票？那么，但是我们并不认为是这样的，因为我们有个录音或者记录，所以呢，我们希望呢，大家能够理解。我们是在非常特殊的情况下举行这样的会议的，而且秘书处呢，一直在确保，这个对每个成员国，在任何时候都给予平等的对待，而且呢，要让每个代表团呢都发表他们的意见，能够让所有人都听到他们的声音。那么在唱名投票的时候呢，我们认为。这样做这个举手要求投票，我们在公法理事会在让委内瑞拉要求发言的时候呢，这个 IDB 是通过这个举手机制，通过这个议事规则的程序来做的，所以举手投票在线上这样做。也其实呢，虽然不在会议厅里，但是呢，通过屏幕呢，已经展示了他们这个同时呢，就是在这个会议上。那么第二个机制已经在议事规则中，就是说唱名投票，就是你叫每一个国家来履行他们的投票权，让他们明确的这个说出他们的决定。那么这种情况下，在目前的这种情况下，每个国家都以不同的方式与会。那么我们在这里谈的是一个特色的决定，包括议事规则方面的、程序上面的决定，这只是在本次会议上的情况，在这种情况下做出的这一决定。所以呢，我们感谢秘书处。我们这个要这样做的话呢，是需要成员国进行彻底的这个审查的。那么在本次的总务委员会上，我们认为呢，这是一个行事的方法，让每个成员国在每个时候都能够平等的参与我们的会议。如果情况出现的话，能够这个宣布在这个屏幕上宣布他们做出的决定。我希望我的解释是明确的。谢谢。古巴，有请古巴代表发言。谢谢主席。正像秘书处所说的那样，这个问题可以有不同的解释。就我国代表团的角度而言， 如果你说一个国家可以通过线上平台进行投票，那么也就是说，这就是一个线上的投票，而线上的投票并没有纳入公发组织大会的议事规则之中。事实上呢，在决策有关决策的92条里面，说到的是做出决定的绝大多数投票的时候，提到的是这个简单的多数，就2/3的这个投票，也就是在场的2/3的代表的投票，而并不是指的任何参与网上投票的代表。那么现在会议要决定这个终止或者修改这个大会的议事程序。
那就应该援引第120条。就是必须要有2/3的在场和投票的这个代表决定，这是我们的理解。远程投票呢没有包括在议事规则当中。如果议事规则本身如果某些条款需要修改或者是终止的话呢，需要大会做出决定。所以呢，主席。我认为这个问题需要我们法律顾问好好的分析一下。这样的话呢，我们知道我们在谈什么，我们有什么备选方案。我已经说过了，我国代表团认为，如果一个国家通过一个虚拟平台说同意不同意，或者是弃权，而且他的意见得到考虑的话呢，如果这个投票呢又会影响到所需的多数，那这就是远程投票、虚拟投票，因为它利用了一个虚拟的平台。这个呢没有在议事规则当中提及，这是古巴代表团的意见。我想听一下法律顾问的意见。西班牙发言。秘书处昨天的说明呢是回应西班牙大使前一天提出的一个请求。在此之前呢，我想跟大家解释一下我们现在为什么会出现这样的情况。秘书处现在得要就是临时想办法要调整大会的工作方法。我要感谢就是他们良好的意愿，他们呢是试图提供便利，使我们在维也纳和不在维也纳或者是没有办法现场与会的代表都能够投票。有些人呢是说虚拟投票、远程投票呢是一个重大的变化。现在我们的程序议事规则当中没有涵盖。那么这个议事规则呢，下面呢就是说虚拟投票有可能呢是可以被接手的，但是呢是需要平静的对话和非正式磋商。正如我们在这一次大会之前所举行的那样的磋商和对话。昨天呢，蒙特鲁比奥大使问了一系列的问题，没有得到回答。秘书处的这份说明呢，并没有回答这些问题。我们认为我们呢需要考虑一些要素，比如说 代表信，我们在场的代表呢，得要就是经历各种检查，比如说我们的这个身份啊都被核实了的，但是呢，在屏幕上投票的人我们不知道，他们并没有身份并没有被验证过，而且他们也没有全权证书。如果就是拿了全权证书，然后呢，我们又不知道这个屏幕上出现的到底是谁，这有什么意义呢？所以呢，我觉得这样的修改啊、变动啊，我们不应当过于草率。那么关于选举，比如说外聘审计员，秘书处做了重大的努力，帮助那些无法现场与会的代表能够投票。这个系统，比如说投票。虚拟投票这个举手，这是新的，有技术性的问题，涉及一些技术性的问题。我们呢，当然是有一些想法的，但是呢，我们认为这并不是讨论这些问题的时机。所以呢，我们感到关切，所以呢，我们要求秘书处拿出一份这样的说明来。这样的话呢，我们希望晚些时候以后成员国呢能够开会讨论。对议事规则93条的解释，谢谢。下面是俄罗斯发言。谢谢主席。我们也欢迎秘书处做的很好的工作，而且呢，也是在很困难的条件下做的工作。我们呢，过去一直，现在呢，也继续支持秘书处的工作。但是呢，同时，我们呢不想让人有这样的一种印象，就是就这个问题，现在发言的国家好像是以在某种方式阻挠一些国家参与这种进程。其实呢，恰好相反，我国代表团是很愿意讨论这个问题的。如果就是在大会召开之前提出这个问题的话呢，我们举行了一系列的磋商，但是呢，这个问题呢，根本就没有提过，没有讨论过。我们认为为了有机会现在来就是使用这个提出的解决办法，得要让就是得要事先让成员国向成员国通报相关的情况，这样的话呢，成员国呢才能够做出决定。我们感到遗憾，并没有出现这样的情况，也就是这个文件呢并没有提前通知各个国家。谢谢。
There is any other request?
还有没有其他的人要发言？
Mexico?
墨西哥，请发言。谢谢主席，我会讲的简短。简而言之呢，我国代表团理解前面的发言人表达的关切。决策过程呢，必须要清楚透明，而且呢是基于互相都能够理解的规则。如果秘书处需要做调整，来应对奥地利的新冠疫情，并且呢，满足东道国对健康卫生的一些要求，而且呢，也是为了确保所有人的健康。那我国代表团呢同意，这需要就是冷静的分析，不应当过于草率。 我国代表团呢想要回顾一下投票。虽然呢经常提及，但是呢，在维也纳，在公发组织呢，并不经常投票，所以呢，我希望大家都能够表现得灵活。就考虑到目前的这个疫情，我国代表团呢是呼吁大家呢都做出努力，达成协商一致。就我们要做的决定达成协商一致。我相信这些未决的问题最后我们都能够达成协商一致。感谢主席开启这个对话。我们希望我们呢将能够审议投票将会带来的各种影响后果，而不是过于草率匆忙。中国发言。谢谢主席，我会讲的简短。第一点，中国代表团更倾向于严格的解释议事规则92、93条，也就是说，我们的理解呢是，目前的规则并不意味着任何的虚拟投票，这是我们的理解。第二，如果扩大这2条规则的解释，这有可能会造成对投票方法的滥用，有可能呢就是不符合维也纳精神，就是通过谈判或磋商达成协商一致，而不是通过投票。那么本着这种逻辑，我们呢还是要坚持我们的保留意见。我们对主要委员会提出的这个提案是有保留意见的。谢谢。下面是委内瑞拉发言。谢谢主席，大家下午好。首先，主席，感谢你，就是今天下午提出这个问题。抱歉，我今天来晚了。委内瑞拉认为这个问题不应当轻率的对待。我们需要时间来进行讨论委内瑞拉的立场。我们不应当设立一个先例，不应当草率的就考虑远程投票，不应当考虑远程投票。我们不仅在维也纳，在其他的地方也是如此。我们的立场是连贯一致的，我们呢肯定是不支持的。主席，我们呢是愿意进行讨论，要花多长时间都可以，但是呢要遵守规则。主席委内瑞拉呢是愿意就此开展工作，我们呢是要求要谨慎。我还想补充一点，任何实质性的修改、变动、变化都需要成熟的技术，我们现在还没有。我们需要资源来为这种性质的决定打基础、做后盾。谢谢。还有没有其他人想要发言？
there is no further.
没有其他人要发言了，那我来讲几句吧。首先，就是关于新冠疫情带来的这个所谓的负面影响。现在新冠疫情的影响已经不仅仅的是经济社会和这个健康的影响了，它现在呢也影响到了我们的运作的模式。感谢各位代表团发表的意见。我作为大会的主席和总务委员会的成员一起认真听取了各方的意见，注意到了你们各自的立场。我呢做如下建议，我建议我们采取如下行动。总务委员会的会议明天早上举行，这个问题呢将得到讨论。同时呢，我鼓励所有代表团互相沟通，把他们的立场就是传达给明天参加总务委员会的同事，如果他们今天还没有做的话，然后呢，明天总务委员会之后呢，将向这个全体委员会的所有的成员再进行通报一个可能解决办法。这样的建议大家同不同意？好，感谢各位的支持。
والآن وفي هذه المرحلة
那现在还有议题30，会议闭幕，要通过会议的决定和决议。我们现在呢要休会了，明天早上9点半再开全会。到时候呢会给离任总干事李勇先生举行告别仪式，是在全会上通过决定和决议之后举行。最后呢，我请大家参加编会，标题呢是加速气候对成员国的影响，是通过包容可持续的工业发展来实现。这个编会呢是8点30，明天早上举行，在本会场。谢谢，我们休会。
you